Hey, everybody. Here we are. It's 10 a.m. in Tokyo time. And here we are with the Gaijin 50 Plus podcast. Wow. I had to really rush to put this one together. We're in the middle of Golden Week here in Japan. And so, when you go on a holiday like Golden Week, especially such an extended holiday where you've got all these, about a week off, the mind sort of goes into a kind of what shall we say, suspended animation, goes on break, goes on vacation. And so here I was. I forgot to schedule this live stream until about 6 minutes ago. This morning I was laying in my bed, wondering, oh, should I get up or, put in a couple of more Z's here before rolling out. And my wife came into my room and she said, "Don't you have a live stream this morning?" So I jumped up out of bed and cleaned myself up. You wouldn't have wanted to see me the way I looked at that particular point in time. Jumped up, had a cup of coffee, ran in here, put some news stories together, and here we are. Sorry about that. My friend Tokyo Dan was giving me a call in the middle of all that. I think he was trying to alert me to the fact that I didn't have anything scheduled and I couldn't pick up. So sorry about that, Dan, if you're here. And anyway, welcome to Gaijin 50 Plus here on a Wednesday morning. And I think in the past I was putting up these live stream schedules about once a week. Put up two and then do two and put up two and do two. So I think I'm going to have to start doing more in series so I don't forget like I did today. Looks like we only have a few guests today. So if you want to say hello, please do. Because this is Golden Week, I mentioned this in my last live stream too. Okay, Dan. uh, yeah, I was in a panic mode, as a matter of fact. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a buzz. Tokyo Dan helps me out in that way a lot of times. And, he gives me a lot of feedback on what we're doing, gives me some advice here and there. In case anybody doesn't know, Tokyo Dan and I have been old friends in this online podcasting business. We both used to do audio podcasts way back when, and have known each other since then. And so he lets me know when I'm screwing up. And in fact, it's because of Tokyo Dan that I started doing live streams. He was the one who pushed me to get into this, son of a gun that he is. But anyway, here we are. Thanks again, Dan. So, like I said, we're in the middle of Golden Week. And unfortunately, in Japan, everybody takes a break during Golden Week, including reporters and news people. And hi, Lisa's here. Lisa says we have had Golden Week in China too. So my mind is also suspended and I can't get going this morning. Yeah, isn't that the truth? Isn't that funny? When you're busy and you've got a lot of work to do, when the university's going and I got to do this, I got to do that. Oh, I don't have time. I got to get it done, stay up late, got to do it on Saturday. Oh, I wish I had free time. I can't wait until the holidays come and I'll get everything done. And then the holidays come and your mind goes, turns into mayonnaise or something like that. And just can't get into the swing of things. It seems that humans are really weird in that regard. But like I said, also the media in Tokyo and in Japan in general seems to quiet down during Golden Week. And so the news is really quiet. I've got a couple of pretty good stories coming up that I'm going to be referring to. But this is like last Saturday, which was also at the beginning of Golden Week. This is going to be a viewer-led live stream. So if you've got anything to say, don't hesitate. If you want to bring up a topic, we'll discuss it in detail. And feel free to let her rip whenever you feel. But Lisa, I'd like to know, you said you're on Golden Week now too. So Golden Week, I guess, is maybe in China. If it's the same in Japan, it's the first week in May usually. But didn't China just get finished with New Year's, where they took a really big big break. So if that's true, you lucky you then, huh? You have two pretty good breaks in a row. So yeah, yeah, I guess in Japan too. In Japanese New Year is about a week, and it's according to the Gregorian calendar, not like the Chinese New Year. So I think the Chinese New Year is a bit later, isn't it? Okay, so how's everything going in your neck of the woods? How's your Golden Week going? I went to the park the other day, the nearby big park, and I felt like I was in Shinjuku Station. It was just so packed. And okay, Lisa lets us know about Chinese Golden Week a bit earlier. It ended yesterday. Yeah, I think officially today is the final day of Golden Week in Japan. And then tomorrow, officially, according to the calendar, the red days and the black days, people should start going to work. And a lot of people do start going back to work from tomorrow. But other companies take off those last 2 days and take the full week off. So it's pretty good. Um, so, like I said, I went to the park the other day, and the park was absolutely packed with people. I mean, you could hardly, well, you couldn't like keep a brisk pace up on the footpaths because it's just so packed with people that you just had to cool it and go with the flow because it was packed side to side with people. And then the park has these seasonal flower shows. So they plant some certain area with a bunch of flowers that they know will bloom at a certain time. And then when they all bloom all together, everybody goes there and tries to take selfies. And that place was crazy because there were so many people taking selfies and pictures on the footpath that it was almost impossible to get past in some places. So, Tokyo is quite a place, isn't it? Dan says, I can't wait until Golden Week is over so I can go to places that are not packed. There's that too. And that includes coffee shops and restaurants and everything else. I also avoid going out during Golden Week because it's just too many people. It's just so hard to get around town. Though, uh, uh, though it is like we said, very seasonable. Seasonal. During Golden Week, it's packed, and then the day after Golden Week, it'll be empty. And Shred Edwards says, "Happy Constitution Day!" Yeah, there was a big demonstration or sit-in or peaceful demonstration in Tokyo, from what I saw in the news, that showed tens of thousands of people showed up for Constitution Day to protest against the government's plan to revise the Constitution. Now, we've talked about that here. A lot of people think that revision of the Constitution is necessary, including our fine Prime Minister Takaichi. But there are a lot of people who are against it because we know the last time that, well, we all know what happened. We won't go into that, but people are still wary of what the Japanese government is capable of when they are allowed free reign when it comes to military things. So, a lot of people worry about changing the Constitution. A lot of Japanese people worry about the Constitution, though there are a lot of people who, real thinking people who realize that Japan is in a geographic hotspot and needs to defend itself. But as we know, defense can easily turn into offense. I mean, where does defense begin and offense end? Or when does well, you know what I'm saying. Okay. It's hard to hear Japanese being spoken in that big park near you, Ed. That's true. Yeah, that's true. There are a lot of foreigners, strange visitors from another planet, as they used to say. I noticed that down in Fukuoka too. Down in Fukuoka, Fukuoka used to be quite a bit of a backwater, but now it's pretty popular among tourists. And during the tourist season, if you walk through, I've said this many times, if you walk through Hakata Station, during the tourist season. First of all, it's packed with people, so many people that you wouldn't believe it. And you hear virtually very little Japanese around you. Everybody's speaking Chinese or Korean. So it's really something, because Fukuoka is located pretty, just across the straits from Korea. And Shred Edward says, "I'm with the protesters." Good for you. I mean, there is a point to be made about their position. Yeah, is the Japanese government to be trusted with too much military power behind it? Well, that's a question that I guess will be resolved sometime in the future. Lots of Chinese and Southeast Asian languages. That's correct, Dano. Okay. I can't understand why they wouldn't want to change their constitution. They didn't create it. It was created for them. There's that too. Okay. That the Constitution was forced upon them by the occupation forces, and that it really doesn't reflect Japan or the Japanese people, for better or for worse. But there is that point too. So change the Constitution. This is, oh boy, those are big words. How to change the Constitution, and who's going to change the Constitution, and all that kind of thing. I don't know if the Japanese political system is set up that they could. I don't think is it set up for a referendum the way it is in the United States? In the United States, you virtually have to have a referendum to change the Constitution among all of the states, at least. But is Japan set up that way? I don't know. In Japan, there's so much top-down kind of administration, both in the government and in private industry and companies and things like that, that the Joe Blow public doesn't have too much of a say in what's going on. I used to joke. I used to say, well, it's a good thing Japan doesn't have direct election of the prime minister, because if they did, Beat Takeshi would probably be elected prime minister. But maybe that attitude is a bit dated. But and it's meant to be sarcastic. So if anybody, sometimes in my videos or in the comments, I'll say something, and the Japanese commenters get a little bit excited when a gaijin says something about Japan. So if we have any Japanese people listening in, please take it easy. I mean, we do have a sense of humor here. Okay, they'll do it like Americans and simply ignore it. That's human nature, isn't it? Referring to the Constitution as a living document. Oh, that meaning ignore it. I thought you meant ignore the situation and not do anything, which is pretty much human nature, I think. But okay, create a constitution and then refer to it as a living document and ignore it. Yeah, unfortunately, that is the way it is in America. I've been thinking about that, as a matter of fact, recently. And since this is a Golden Week special, let's talk about it. As I don't know about everybody here, or I won't even speak for myself, but a lot of the gaijins who come to Japan say, "Oh, Japan, is this way, and that's not, is against human rights, and it shouldn't be this, and Japan is too authoritarian, and it's too top down," like I just said now. And in America, we're freer. In the West, people have their human rights and blah blah blah, and which is true. It is all true. But then again, if you think about it, that's Japan, because Japan is like that, authoritarian, and people have maybe relatively fewer rights as when viewed from the West. But that's what makes Japan Japan. That's what makes Japan safe. A lot of criminals don't have constitution. No criminals. Nobody who's arrested in Japan have so-called American-style constitutional rights. We all know about the hostage justice system. We all know that the police have a lot more leeway in Japan than they do in the West. But I wonder if that's not the reason that Japan has a relatively low crime rate. And Japan is quite suppressive as far as the individual is concerned. But maybe that's why Japan is a relatively quiet place, clean place, and works so well. So it's a big question. One commenter one said something really interesting one time. I don't know if anybody else saw it, and they said it's interesting that the West is falling or failing because of the good points, the good aspects of Western democracy seem to be destroying the West. For example, the freedom to do this and the freedom to that make make a lot of trouble in the West because the authorities can't act against the people. Now, this wasn't saying that the authorities should act against the people. They were saying about how ironic it is, and that they were saying some of the, and this, I think a Japanese person said this, some of the bad aspects of Japan, which means non-direct democracy and a little bit too much top-down suppression and suppression of the individual, is what's making Japan a success and an attractive place to many people who come from the West. So it is interesting. I'm not saying anything one way or the other, but it is interesting and ironic. And Tokyo Dan, in his usual form, says, these days I wish I could change my physical constitution. Amen on that, good brother. Yeah, unfortunately, as people our age knows, I think the physical constitution becomes more and more of a problem with each passing day. Okay, Kelvin, how you doing, Kelvin? Hi, yeah, Kelvin, I'll be dropping you a line here pretty soon. Kelvin and I have gotten something going together. Nothing big, but we exchange emails, and both of us are so busy we sometimes get behind on it. But we're doing okay. Shred Edwards says they suffer from suicidal empathy. Okay, all right. Who are they? What do you mean by they? Okay, all right. I take Japan way of doing things over the USA woke democratic way of doing things any day. Yeah, I gotta agree with that. Freedom, individual freedom is wonderful. Then the question becomes, can individuals handle freedom? I don't know. Sometimes watching TikTok or sometimes watching YouTube channels, you sit there and say, "Wow, is this what hath Washington wrought?" But it's bad to go down that rabbit hole, because then if you start thinking, well, people can't handle freedom, well, then what do you do in response? And that's the scary stuff. Greg, hi, Greg, how you doing? Nice to have you. Happy end of Golden Week here. And Tokyo Dan said, the shredder, Gad Sad. Does Gad Sad say that? Okay, suicidal empathy. And I think who I heard that from, but I think I'll think about who I heard it from, but it really made sense. And Tokyo Dan, I know Tokyo Dan is a big Gad Sad fan. He's one of my favorite people. And I agree with Dan. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Okay. I've said it before. I was brought up in a strict kind of it wasn't overly strict, but my father was, he made sure that we stayed between the societal guardrails that were in place at the time. And I had a relatively strict Catholic upbringing, and I went to an all boys Catholic boarding school. And there was probably zero human rights back in those days, and because we were being controlled and guided by divine intervention, I guess. But anyway, that upbringing was strict, and I hated it at the time. But nowadays I appreciate it, and it's. I've always wondered, why do we have to keep not reinventing, but rehashing the same old philosophies every every year or every couple of years. Why not? Why not assume that certain things are universal truths and live with them? I have a hard time with that, but maybe I'm just old-fashioned, as you can see. Okay, perhaps too much freedom, not enough liberty. Hey, hey, amen. There you go. Yeah, freedom, liberty, responsibility. Yeah, maybe that is a problem. Okay, let's go. Oh, sorry about that at all. Okay. My parents were not strict at all. Never beat me, but my teachers used to paddle me when I got out of line. In third grade, I got paddled every week. Oh, they were still paddling back then. Dan, I think that your parents should have whooped you more often, in my personal opinion. No, I'm just joking, of course. In the boarding school that I went to, like I said, all boys Catholic boarding school, and their go-to disciplinary method was corporal punishment. I'll tell you a couple. This will probably send people crazy, make people crazy in this day and age. But we slept in a dormitory, a big general dormitory, and then lights out at 9:20. So we had to be in bed, asleep, and quiet at 9:20. If you were caught talking or anything like that, you had a trip to the disciplinarian's office. Basically, we had lights out at 9:20, up to the dormitory. I forgot what time, 9 o'clock or before 9 o'clock. And before that, we had evening chapel. And before that, we had study hall. And before that, we had free time and dinner. So the free time ended. I don't remember what time. It was at 7 or 7:20. And then you went into study hall, and study hall you went to chapel, and chapel you went up to the dormitory. So effectively, the free time, at the end of the free time after study hall or before study hall, was when you stopped talking for the day, like at 7:20. And if you were caught talking, it was a disciplinary infraction. And the disciplinarian's room was up inside our dormitory. And if you were caught talking or fooling around or doing something you shouldn't, the disciplinarian would go like this, and you'd go down to his office, and you'd have to bend over, and you were wearing pajamas, which were not that thick. And he had a thing. It was a stick with braided leather, you know, had 3 or 4 leather things coming off. They were braided, and then they came apart, and you got 3 whacks. You had to bend over and take 3 whacks over, and it stung. Man, is it bad. But that was the general thing up in the dormitory. And when the priest was in a particularly bad mood, and he thought that you were doing something that he didn't like, it was open hand across the face. And if he was in a particularly bad mood, closed fist. And I was subjected to that many times. I was a smart mouth kid, like my mother used to call me when I was a young boy. And I got the scars to prove it. No, it wasn't that bad. It was when getting hit was a status symbol. You'd come out of the disciplinarian's office after getting whipped in the ass or smacked in the face, laughing. And all your contemporaries are saying, man, cool, Ed got it. Anyway, it was a test not to cry while being paddled. Yeah, that was it. Taking it was a big thing. It was a big boy thing back when we were boys. Isn't that true? Yeah, my elementary school principal had a paddle. You could sign after being educated. There you go. That would have been cool, signing the paddle after being educated. Okay. All right. Let's go to okay. In those days, if you got paddled at school, you'd get paddled again at home. These days, come on, Dan. The parents sue the school. Yep, that's true. I remember there was one time that I got into trouble in school, and I was being accused of doing something that I didn't do. The guy next to me did something behind the back of the priest, and then the priest turned around And for some reason, he thought I did it. For some reason, I was so innocent. I was laughing that my friend, the priest was approaching us, and I was saying, "You're going to get it." And the priest walked up to me and boom, let me have it. And I said, "Hey, man, what are you doing? I didn't do anything." And the priest said to me, "Well, who did?" And as every guy who here knows, in those days, you didn't rat on your buddies. So I didn't say anything. And the priest says, "You got detention next Saturday." So I complained about that to my father. I says, "I've got detention. They gave me detention and I didn't do anything and blah, blah, blah." And my father said, "Well, why didn't you tell the priest that who did it?" The guy was standing right next to us. And I said, "I can't do that." And so my father says, "Well, then you've got detention because you're stupid." And now that I'm older, I realize he's got a point, right? So the parents never, or I wouldn't say never took their kid's side. The parents always took the side of the teacher and priest. If you were in trouble, it was because you deserved it, no question asked. My ninth grade school social studies teacher would give out zeros throughout the semester. Whoa! Then at the end of each semester, you could opt one lick per zero to take it off of your average. Wow, that's bogus. They would give out zeros. I mean, they would give out zeros because you deserved it, or because they wanted a shot at your butt, which would really, these days it seems like the school teachers, some of these pervert school teachers that we read about in the news or on YouTube, uh, you know, uh, might say, "Hey, I'll give out all zeros so I can get." Well, anyway, let's not go into that. I get in trouble with YouTube, but I hope they were doing it because you deserved the zero. And one lick per zero, boy, I'd be there all day. Nothing worse than waiting for your dad to get home. Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? Dad's home, head for the hills, lock the doors, get under the covers. Yeah, isn't that true? And mothers used to use that. You wait till your father gets home. Oh my God, those words. Yeah, terrible. That sounds like the three criminals and the cross-eyed judge. Looks like there's a story coming up. Three criminals and the cross-eyed judge. I don't know if it's worth doing here, Dan, but if not, you can tell that to me the next time we get together for a cup of joe here. So let's go to our first news story, and this is a good one, I think, because it's a little bit comical. All right, come on, get it up there. All right, let me rearrange this a little bit. Get rid of Tokyo Dan there. Pigeons. Now when I saw this photograph, I thought that is a real dangerous place for pigeons to be. But that's just me. But this is a story out of Osaka. I wonder what happened to our Osaka fans here who used to show up. We used to have a Kansai boxer, and we had a couple of people from Osaka. This is an Osaka story. I don't wonder if you heard about it. And this occurs in Osaka's Sumiyoshi ward. And it seems that there was a person who would show up late at night on the streets outside of Abikocho and Nagai stations on the JR Hanwa line and Osaka Metro subway network. And this person would show up late at night and feed the pigeons and the crows. Yeah, people like to do that, pigeons and crows. Around here, pigeons and crows, and some people feed cats, which other people get very excited about. And as this article points out, that pigeons and crows aren't exactly known for their clean, quiet lifestyles, and scattering a bunch of food for them resulted in a massive congregations of birds whose cacophony of excited late-night cries and massive amounts of post-feeding poo became disgusting nuisances for people living in the area. Then in April 2024, the city of Osaka issued an administrative order banning the feeding of pigeons and crows. Still, the bird feeder persisted, and now Osaka Prefectural Police from the Sumiyoshi precinct have filed charges against the person under voluntary questioning. The suspect, a resident of Sumiyoshi Ward, admitted to violating the administrative order over multiple times. Yeah, they say at the beginning that it took 10 years to resolve this situation. Now, they say that the problem was that the person wasn't, like putting out crumbs and things like that, but they were throwing out entire loaves of bread, and then the birds would rip them apart and go crazy over this. I don't know. Let me click this, see if it'll play. Wow, look at all those birds. Woo. Yeah, that's what happens. They're the pigeons coming out there. And yeah, that does look pretty bad, doesn't it? Pigeon poo is not the greatest thing in the world. What do they call pigeons? Winged rats or something like that? So how do you feel? How do you feel? I should. Okay, let me. Sorry about that. As I often say, I got to click around a lot and try to get this right sometimes. What do you think about that? Um, about feeding pigeons and cats and crows. Do you sound like a good idea, bad idea? Do you love it? Do you hate it? Shredder says local restaurants could add squab to their menus. And I'm unfamiliar with the word squab. I imagine that means pigeons, or does it mean wild birds, wild city birds? But whatever it is, it sounds. Is it one of those fancy words to make something gross sound good? Maybe that guy had a grudge against some neighbors. Yeah, that could be. That could be. But there are do-gooders that make the neighbors, you know, PO'd by their do-goodingness. Yes, squab is pigeon. Thank you. Lisa Edwards, if you're still around, I heard that the Chinese will eat pigeons off the street. Is that true? But maybe that's one of those what do you call it? Urban legends that are not very nice. But yeah, do you think people should be? I used to, when I was living up in Tochigi, and I didn't have to worry about the neighbors because the neighbors were all so far away. I used to have a cat, and the cat would, you put out food for the cat, and I would put out this dry food. For some reason, it loved the crunchy dry food, and it would always leave a little bit at the bottom. And before I would put new food in the bowl, I would open up. I had this big sliding door that went out into a veranda, and the veranda overlooked an open lot where there was nobody living there. And one day I took the remaining food and I just threw it out into the open lot, thinking, well, some living thing may make good use of it. So just threw it out the window. And after a couple of times doing that, I noticed I was sitting in my living room with the door open. I mean the veranda doors were open. It was the summertime, very pleasant, very nice weather. And this bird sat down on the veranda railing and started yelling at me. And it wasn't a crow, but it was one of those, really obnoxious birds that make a noise like I just did. And I realized after some time it was telling me it was hungry and it was waiting for me to feed it. And it figured out that the food came from me. So I thought, well, okay, cool. So I grabbed a handful of cat food, threw it out, and it jumped down there and ate it. And it got to the point over time that this thing got to be really obnoxious. Not only would it come when I was sitting in my living room overlooking the railing of the veranda, but its friends would come and there would be a bunch of birds out there screaming. And then when I'd throw out the food, they'd fight with each other. Even though there was plenty of food, they would fight with each other as trying to chase its competitors away. And then this house that I was in was on a hillside. So it had a basement, but the basement was also had a window that was off to the hillside and where I was throwing the food. And the birds figured out that I would be down in the basement sometimes. That's where I had my computer and I did my work and my blogging and my podcasting. And they'd come to the basement window and start yelling at me, "Feed us, damn it." And it got to the point where I was going out and buying food for the birds because they wouldn't shut up. So be careful what you do when you're feeding birds, because birds are smart and they've got a good memory. I had pigeon once in Taiwan, Kelvin says, and it tasted like a very gamey duck. Was not a fan. Yeah, duck is duck. Okay, is it duck that's greasy? Goose. Anyway, I don't know if I'd eat pigeon because I always wonder where it came from, right? If it was a out out in the open nature kind of pigeon or dove, I might try it, but I don't know if I'd want to eat a downtown dove or pigeon because, like I said, they're called winged rats. They're very they're said to be very dirty animals. I don't know. I've never talked to one. Uh, Heckle and Jekyll. There you go, Dano. What were they? They were crows, weren't they? Heckle and Jekyll. Okay. Yes, duck is very fatty, but it can be good. Okay. Yeah, I used to, when I was in the States, I would always try to do that. Whenever I would go to a restaurant, I would always try to order something that I would never eat at home. So I would order sometimes goose or duck or things like that, which, I still do, but it's hard to find non-standard menu items these days. Though there is a restaurant in my neighborhood that serves lamb tongue. So I'm always thinking about going there. I'd like to go not go eat. I'd like to go try some lamb tongue to see what it's like. But I don't like to go to a restaurant by myself that much. I would like to go with someone, but I haven't found anybody who would be willing to go eat lamb tongue with me. Okay. Yes, duck is very fat. Okay, that's the one we just did. Okay. Crow. They say eat crow. I wondered, anybody ever eat crow? Uh, so eaten horse yet? Plenty in Kyushu. Yeah, yeah. I tried horse, and it's because I'm an adventuresome eater, and because I was down in Kyushu. One time I went to Kumamoto with a couple of locals, and there was something going on in the evening, and beforehand in the afternoon, we went out in Kumamoto City, and they said, "Come on, we'll take you for the local favorite," and we went to a restaurant that was all horse. And it had the regular the so-called basashi, and which is raw horse meat, which is not bad. I mean, yeah, I like it. But there was one thing. Now, I will say I'm an adventuresome eater, and I will try anything once. But that was the one time that I refused to try something, and it's the horse dish called tama, and you could use your imagination as to what tama is, but it is what you're thinking it is. And I said no, thank you, because as a red-blooded guy, I make it my policy not to put things like that anywhere near my mouth. But I didn't eat it. But these guys says, yeah, it's good. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, and another horse thing story. One time in Tokyo, we went out. It was a bonenkai or something like that, the end of the year party where people go out eating and drinking. And one guy was in charge, and he took us to a place. I think it was in Asakusa, and it was a horse meat restaurant. And it was cool because they had all these pictures of race horses and other horses on the wall. And I wondered, oh, is this a picture of what we were eating? But no. But they had horse sukiyaki. And it was, as you can imagine, sukiyaki with horse meat. And I had never had cooked horse meat before. So I tried it. I ate it. It was okay, but it was a little greasier, and there was some kind of scumminess forming on the broth of the sukiyaki. So it was okay. I haven't sought it out and eaten it since then. Beef sukiyaki is plenty good, so I don't feel a need to find a replacement. But it was, it was edible. It was okay. And so, any of you guys go to awful, awful restaurants? Yeah, they have what do they call it? Motsunabe in Japan, which is intestinal. Unfortunately, my wife hates that, and she refuses to go, but I like it. I think it's great. They put it in a nabe kind of thing, and everybody's picking up out of there, and they'll put some garlic in there and stuff like that. Quite tasty, quite tasty. I like it. In fact, I like it very much. Okay. Not I haven't gone to it so much in Tokyo though. But that's mainly because of my wife, and I usually go out eating with my wife, and she absolutely refuses. But I did go in Fukuoka quite a bit. Not quite a bit, but occasionally. Surprisingly excellent. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Quite good. I tried one inago, and that was enough Japanese culture for me. Yeah, inago is fried grasshopper. Bum, bum, bum. I don't know if it's actually grasshopper, but it's a kind of grasshopper. And that's one of the things that I tried when I came to Tokyo. People were doing the old, hey, do you like Japanese food? And I'd say, yeah. And they'd say, I like everything. And the first thing that they whipped on me was natto. How about natto? And in those days, natto was not a thing down in Kyushu. Kyushu people didn't eat very much or any natto at all when I first got down there. And so I had never heard of it, even after living 10 years in Fukuoka. And so I got home that day and I said, hey there, Mayumi, my friends keep asking me if I ever eat natto, and I always say natto, and they say, "Oh, there you go. You gaijins never like natto." So I says, "What's natto?" And my wife said, "That's foul stuff. That's foul stuff." She knew that English word, and she used it, and she said, I hate that, and I'll never have it in this house. So I said, I got to try it because everybody keeps asking me about it. So could you buy some? And she said, yeah, okay. Wasn't very enthusiastic about it. So the next time she went shopping, she came back with, well, I think a 3-pack of natto, and I did what I'm supposed to do, and I tried it. And I thought to myself, this is rank stuff for all the same reasons, because of the stringiness, because of the smell, because of the way it felt in my mouth. I didn't like it very much at all. And so that was that for a while. And then my kids started going to school, to Japanese public school. And they served natto at lunchtime, and they became big fans of natto. And they said, hey, Ma, we want to have natto. So she'd buy it, and it would be there on the table. And I'd try it everywhere. And I would say I tried it 4 times. And about the fourth time, I started liking it. And since then, I eat natto without any problem at all. So then natto, I got past the natto hurdle, and then people would say, do you like Japanese food? And I say, yeah. And they say, how about natto? And I said, great. And they'd say, how about inago? And I would go, inago? And they would say, oh, yeah, you gaijins never like inago. So it was the same thing. I said to my wife, I want to try it. My wife says, those are bugs. And I said, that's okay. I'll try it. So she got it. And yeah, they're bugs, but it's like, when they take these tiny shrimp and they fry them until they become crunchy. It's similar to that. And I don't go out searching for bugs to eat, but inago is edible, and I tried it, and it was okay. I mean, the look is strange, the concept is strange, but the taste and the crunchiness is not that bad. Tokyo Dan lets us know lots of basashi, I think they call it, basashimi joints in Tachikawa too. Never noticed. Okay, maybe that's why I never noticed there are any horses in sashimi in Tachikawa either. Ha ha! You are homophobic. I guess I am. I'm. I don't know if it's homophobic. More, it's horsophobic, maybe. Okay. What is the Latin? What is the Latin word for horse? I forgot what that is. Okay. All right. Hormone. Yeah, that's what they call hormone in Japanese, Ednoy. Yeah. Good. Very good. And yeah, they do call it hormone in Japanese. It reminds me of an old joke. Do you guys know this joke? How do you make a hormone? Don't pay her. Oh, that's a bad joke. Sorry for any ladies who are online. Maybe not anymore after hearing that dumb joke. Resto. I don't know what resto is. Okay. Shred Edward says, yes, it's grasshopper. Kids will have fun catching them during the rice harvest season. Okay, good. I said, is it a grasshopper? Maybe not, because I've had it happen before. I've said, oh, that's a grasshopper, and had people jump in my stuff saying, no, it's not a grasshopper. Technically speaking, it's a blah 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 blah. But so I tend to be too careful about things like that. I love gyu tsuji and motsu nikomi. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Subscribe to a Japanese YouTube, and those eateries were her go-to restaurants. Washed down with a cold 20-ounce brew. Yeah, cold beer makes everything edible, doesn't it? Yeah. I talked about the first time I ate karashi on a Japanese hot dog, not knowing what it was. Even that, I took a bite of the hot dog, the karashi went wow into my head, drank that beer, and I said, "Wow, time for another bite." It reminded me. I didn't say this in the video, but I'll about karashi, but I'll um, share it here. I used to work when I was in the US for a couple of years. I worked in my father's company, and there was one guy there. He was a Scottish guy. And one day his car was in service, and he said, "Hey, after work, my car, I can't drive to my usual place that I go after work. So would you give me a ride?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." So I gave him a ride, and the place where he usually hung out after work was a tavern. And it was a real hot Chicago, muggy, hot day. The sun was so bright. So I drove him over there, and he says, "Come on in." He says, "I'll buy you a drink for bringing me over here." And I said, "Yeah, okay." I was just a young guy, like, I don't know. I don't think I was even 25 yet. And so we go into this place, and I was never a big drinker. Even when I drank, I only drank basically beer. And so we went in there, and you walk into this tavern, and as you know, maybe no, like I said, it was a real hot summer Chicago day, and you go into this tavern, and they've got the air conditioner going, Arctic setting. Wow! So immediately you feel, oh man, that feels pretty good here on this hot day. So we sat down, and he said, "Hey, Joe Blow, give me two of my regulars here." So I sat there. I wonder what the regular is. And his regular go-to drink was a shot and a beer. And I don't know if it was scotch, or I think it was scotch. It didn't taste like bourbon when I finally ended up drinking it. So I'm with this, he's an older guy. So I'm sitting there trying to be cool. In your younger 20s, you're always trying to be cool. Very, very, what do you call it? Very seldom achieve your attempt at coolness. And so I watched him, and he took a shot, not the whole thing, a mouthful of whiskey, and then his ice cold draft beer. So I thought, okay, that's the way you do it. So I took the whiskey, and I've never been a whiskey drinker, but I took the whiskey and put it down. and it burned. I mean, it burned like that karashi going in my nose. It burned going. I felt every drop of it going down every inch of my esophagus. And I thought to myself, "Oh God, what do I do?" So I grabbed that ice cold beer and I drank it. And the ice cold beer, you could feel it making its way down, putting out the fire. And it was, I'll tell you what, it felt good. It felt very pleasant. And so, hey, man, and I continued to march, and then when that was done, he says, "You want another one?" And yeah, okay. And I had another one. I had to be really careful going home that day, driving home. But yeah, I could see why people become alcoholics, drinking shots in a beer. But that was my only experience. I I thought I shouldn't continue doing this, and I didn't. So, okay, let's go on to another news story that I found interesting. I'm going to have to dance around on this one again. Oh, okay. I guess not. So, Family Mart. Now, this one, this news story in and of itself is not that earth-shattering or interesting, but to me, it was interesting because of what I experienced living here all these years. And it says that Family Mart stores start collecting used clothing and goods to reduce weight. And it says select Family Mart convenience stores in Tokyo have installed boxes to collect used clothing and household goods for reuse, joining similar initiatives taken by retailers as a step to reduce waste and attract more customers. In a trial launched jointly with Book Off Holdings Group Limited, which I found a little bit, boxes were installed in about 30 Family Mart stores in residential areas of Tokyo. Book Off plans to sell some of the collected items overseas, including to Malaysia. This paragraph really had me going, First of all, let me talk about something. It's not until relatively recently, I would say since the end of the bubble era, that I don't think there were very many, if any, secondhand clothing and goods shops in Japan. I've talked about this before. I've talked about it on a live stream, and some of our commenters had some really cool comments about it. But that's number one. But it seems like it's really big. I saw what do they call it? Second Street or Third Street, I think is the shop name, recycle shop in downtown Tokyo just yesterday. I was in a car and we drove past and I said, wow. To me, this Second Street or Third Street or wherever it's called was mostly a clothing, but this was a full-blown secondhand shop. They had all kinds of washing machines and other goods, which I found to be pretty surprising. And that's number one. The how many of these secondhand shops we're seeing now around, even in Tokyo. And this is in a trial launch jointly with Book Off Group Holdings. Now, Book Off Group Holdings is a second-hand shop. They buy and sell used goods, like books and CDs and things like that, and clothing too. And it says that, so I'm wondering, so you put your unused clothing into this box, and then Book Off maybe we'll pick through it and find some good stuff and sell it. I don't know. Seems a little bit. Why not if you've got something that's halfway decent, why throw it into a Family Mart box when you could take it to Book Off and get at least a little bit of money, and they pay only a little bit of money. Anybody who's ever gone there knows. As I said in another live stream, my wife will never go to a place like Book Off or a secondhand shop to buy anything, but she sure will go there to sell things. And you're not going to get rich by selling your stuff to secondhand shops, that's for sure. And it says Book Off plans to sell some, not all, but some of the collected items overseas, sell. So they will get some kind of, including Malaysia. And it makes me wonder, why the including Malaysia? I that paragraph makes me feel really funny. So people can drop off excess household food items to be donated to those in need at Family Mart as well. And this is part of Family Mart's food drive charity program. So if you've got food laying around that you don't know what to do with, take it to Family Mart and you can get rid of it rather than throw it in the garbage. So, but the way food prices are going these days, does anybody have food that they just want to chuck? I don't know if I don't think that they'll accept rotten food, or I don't know. But anyway, what y'all think? What do we have here? Okay, let me catch up on the comments here. All right. Live, fresh, chopped octopus in Kyushu. Yeah, live, fresh, chopped octopus. How does it say live if it's chopped? I don't know about that in particular. I know that Koreans like to eat live octopus. There are a lot of YouTube videos about that where somebody's putting octopus and the octopus is trying to escape. I've never tried that. I don't know if I would. It seems to be. I do remember going to a place, and I think that the guys I were with, we went to play golf, and we stayed overnight, and I think they were trying to gross me out, and they had some kind of, it was like a sushi thing or something like that, and the shrimp on it were still kind of alive. And I remember putting one in my mouth, and the shrimp started trying to escape on, and I didn't like that so much. It wasn't that cool. And okay. My grandsons love natto, but I think it's mostly for the mess they can make while eating it. There's that too, guys, kids, grandsons, sons, boys at a certain age love gross things, and they love to gross out the adults too, and the grandpas. Brown snot, got to get used to it. Yeah, okay. I don't know if I've ever gotten used to brown snot, but gritting, natto is one of those things you can get used to, just like blue cheese. I used to hate blue cheese. I used to wonder how a human could put that kind of gross stuff into their mouth. And then one day it was there on the table. So I said, no, okay, put it in my mouth. Oh, that stuff's pretty good when I was older. So maybe your palate has to develop. Thank you, Ednoy. We got a scholar there, a Latin scholar. Lingua Latina there. He says that equus is the Latin word for horses. So maybe equiphobia. There you go. Not homophobia, Tokyo Nan. Equiphobia. So many phobias these days. Dan says, I don't want to tell my wife about that shot in the beer. I'll tell you what. I never developed a taste for whiskey, but that feeling of the burn and the cool was really, what shall I say? It felt good. It wasn't erotic or anything like that, but the physical feeling of that was really good. And like I said, I could see why people can become addicted to it, though I didn't. Horse in Latin, also a movie. Okay, thank you, Ednoy. Very good. Very good. Yeah, the equine means something that's of a horse. Second Street as a play on secondhand. Didn't catch on. Never could remember the name of that store, but now I'll never forget it. Thank you, Shred Edward. Very good. If that's why they named it, props to them. Okay. Tokyo Dan says, now that I recall, in the early 80s, there were a lot of secondhand shops around West Tachikawa, Yokota Base area. Not clothes, washers, TVs, other appliance. My first TV here was from one. Yeah, that would make sense near the Yokota Base, because you have a lot of people coming and going, and they end up with all these household goods that it's not economical to ship it to their next duty station. So they might as well let them go at a secondhand shop, get a little jick, and then buy something new when they get to their next destination. Does make sense, doesn't it? Yeah, I remember back when I was here in the military, people would get rid of their cars that way when they would be shipping out. If they would have a car, there was one guy, they could take their car and they would pay them, give them some money to buy their car to either resell it or scrap it or whatever. But yeah, the bases, maybe they got that idea from the bases, but secondhand shops now are quite common among Japan. I can't imagine Japanese going to Family Mart to get old clothes and food. Yeah, I don't think that that Family Mart distributes those old clothes and food. As the article said, I think that they collect the old clothes and food and then pass them on to somebody who either recycles them or resells them or something. I don't think they handle the selling of old clothes and food in Family Mart. What they do with the food, I don't know. This was the first I ever heard that you can take unneeded food to Family Mart. Blue cheese and honey on pizza, surprisingly good. Yeah, it's not bad, but being from Chicago, putting honey on pizza seems to be a mortal sin. So I don't know about that. My wife swears by it. I have tried it, and it's not bad. It is surprisingly good. I'll say that, but I don't, honey or that kind of thing. That's for that. That's for what shall we say, sweets, right? It's not for food in my mind. So I'll eat horse meat, but I won't put honey on pizza. Brr. Oyasumi matane. AWD 101. Thank you for coming, and good night to you. Good evening to you. Must be back in the land of the big PX over there. My God, there are about 5 big crows outside my window, and they are rioting. Yeah, crows are really weird. They're really weird. When I was living out in Tochigi, there it was eerie. In the evening, like there are no buildings and that around there, and the sky is very visible. In the evening, say around between 4 or 5, around 4 or 5, 6, you could see. All right, we were in a city, not in a small town, and there were mountains out that way. And every night you could see the crows returning from the mountains, and they would be flying not in a flock, but in a straight line. The line would be amazingly straight, and they'd be high in the sky, so they would be in a pretty slow cadence with their wings. But it was really weird. I mean, what are those crows thinking of? Really, really strange. Okay, like ketchup on ice cream. Yeah, I don't think I'd go for that. Though they say soy sauce on ice cream is supposed to be a thing. And then somebody I know went to some fancy dinner, and they were served at the end katsuo bushi on ice cream. And I thought, wow, I mean, it doesn't sound necessarily bad. How was it? And they said, gross. So, anybody else ever had that? Katsuo bushi on ice cream? We have crows here too, but no other birds, not even pigeons. They all got eaten. Yeah, okay. Dennis Grass, where are you? Are you in Japan? That's one thing that I was pretty surprised about in Japan is the actual, what shall I say, not non-existence, but a little bit lack of urban wildlife in Japan. And even where I lived, I was living in the suburbs of Chicago, and you could go out in the backyard, and you could see rabbits and squirrels and cardinals and blue jays and all kinds of different kind of animals running around, but not so much, especially in Tokyo. In Tochigi, there was. I mean, I in Tochigi, I saw big owls flying in the evening sky and all kinds of other. And I had some kind of animal living in my ceiling. I never figured out what it was, but late at night you could hear it running back and forth. I don't think it was mice or rats or anything like that, but it was something. And like I said, I never had the guts to open up the thing and look in there. It wasn't for me to go after that kind of stuff. Denny's Grass. Okay, in Kansai. Okay. All right. Then that's why. So you know what I mentioned maybe about the lack of urban wildlife. Katsuobushi on kimchi on tofu and a little soy sauce is dynamite. Okay, katsuobushi and chopped green onions and the shoyu on top of tofu is a standard go-to in Japan. Katsuobushi on kimchi on tofu. I've never tried that, but it sounds like a good thing. Put that kimchi, putting a little bit of a bite on that tofu. And tofu is a little bit bland, so that might be a good thing. Really, really good thing. Thank you for the suggestion. Okay, tofu. All right, tofu is good stuff. I don't think anybody dislikes tofu, but if somebody does, let us hear from you, or forever hold your peace. Hair salons. Oh, okay. Crow hunting. We used to have crow hunting groups until I cussed one of them out for shooting up the area with farmers all over the place. Now we just have crows. Okay, Shred Edward. That's the old thing. Watch out. Watch what you wish for. Okay. I found a bat on the wall of a rented house. Yeah, bats sometimes get into weird places. Okay, but you want to steer clear of bats. They have rabies problems, and we all know what they say about bats as far as COVID is concerned. Okay, I waited 2 days to remove it with tongs. Yeah, when I was in high school, when I was in that boarding school, a bat got into the what we called the recreation room. It was a big room where you could play games. They had a jukebox and things like that. And a bat got in there, and we made up, being dumb young guys with heads full of mush, skulls full of mush. We decided we're going to catch it. Man, was that a bad idea? In Ed Noy's case, it was dead, but in our case, it was still much alive. And people got like tennis rackets and all this kind of. And bats, they've got that radar. So the bat would be flying in a straight line, and some guy would wind up with a tennis racket and try to hit it, and the bat would go wham over the tennis racket, and it was a lost cause. I don't remember how it turned out, but killing bats was not what happened. It was the bat was able to get away the whole time. So basically, we just tortured it, I guess. So, yeah. Okay. So let's go on to our hair salon thing. Japanese hair salons are going bankrupt in record numbers. So this is the only reason I grabbed this. I don't care about hair salons that much, but bankruptcy is always news in this business climate. Last year saw the highest ever number of salons filing for bankruptcy at 235, which really isn't that big of a number, breaking the record set in 2024 with 215 bankrupt hair stylists. Now, they point out that as of the currently active salons, 49% are less than 10 years old. So it seems that hair salons come and go pretty quickly. This is the worst it's ever been since the COVID pandemic. In 2008, hair salons were considered rather stable businesses since most people always need haircuts. And hair salons were easy to get, it's an easy business to get into, I believe. Now, with inflation and a looming oil crisis, people are once again seeking out cheaper ways to live their daily lives. Sounds like a crisis, doesn't it? Except, oh, that guy looks like he's doing his thing. I'm sure he's going to go home on his motorcycle, his noisy oh, look, they even got wheels in the back. Is this a hair salon or a automotive mechanic place? To make matters much worse, hair salons cannot find staff to operate. Now, despite the record bankruptcies, it still doesn't put a dent in the roughly 250,000 operating nationwide. So 257, 1, 2, 3. Even 250 is what, 0.01%. So I don't think we're in kind of bad. We're not in crisis mode yet. This would suggest that the rapid increase in bankruptcy isn't just a sign of the current economic hardships, but also early cracks in an industry that's been stretching itself too thin for a long time now. But those numbers show that, like I said, it's not crisis time yet. So there are anybody who lives in Japan, just about anywhere, even in rural areas. So I can't speak out of experience in that regard. See if anybody would like to pine in from the rural areas. There are hair salons everywhere, and I mean everywhere. Long ago, if you wanted to get a haircut, you had to go the whole 9 yards. Haircut, shampoo, shave, back massage, uh, you know, short nap on the chair and all that kind of stuff. And you had to pay quite a bit of money. But now they have discount places, which the traditional barbers hate. But it is, now you can get a haircut for 1,000 some odd yen. Getting a little bit expensive every time I go, but still, it is. You can get just a quick haircut takes about 15 or 20 minutes. But if you don't have time, that's cool. Every time the barber in such a place changes, though, because it's one of these chain places, and I guess they bring people in as needed. So sometimes it's this guy, sometimes it's this gal, sometimes it's an old guy, sometimes it's a young guy, and of course, results vary. Okay. And I love bats. They eat lots and lots of insects. That's true. And trying to hit that bat at night. Badminton. I gotta get a rim shot sound effect that I can hit every time Ednoy posts something. Ednoy and Tokyo Dan. Tokyo Dan says it takes a really long bamboo pole, plant one end in the ground and wave it back and forth. The bats will fall from the sky. I don't know. I don't know, Dan. It sounds like you're trying to get everybody to be out there doing the bamboo pole trick. I get my hair cut for 1,200 yen. Yeah, that's what it is. Takes 10 minutes compared to 5,030 minutes for a fancy place. Yeah. It's a little nice, the fancy place, to go in there. And, the guy I used to go to, he'd also trim my nose hair and my ear hair and my eyebrows to make them look good. And that was really weird. That was up in Tochigi, but he always used to say, "Is it okay if I trim your eyebrows?" Because some Japanese guys, maybe people, I don't know, but I know for sure guys think that they want to have long eyebrow hair. There used to be a prime minister who had really long eyebrow hair because they think I don't know, it's good luck, or it will mean that they'll become rich someday, or it can't be because they think it's good looking. I don't think. But yeah, some Japanese guys complain if a barber cuts their eyebrows without asking. But like I said, it's nice because they give you the whole 9 yards, and you get a back massage. It's pretty enjoyable, and the shave. Okay. Tim told me about that. Well, we all know how reliable Tim is. Maybe it's true. Tim may be listening. Tim, is that true? Okay. Why are Japanese hair salons going bankrupt in record numbers? Well, I think because there are too many of them. And like they say, they're having a hard time getting workers. However, the Japanese hair salon and barber schools in Japan seem to be doing pretty good business. So I don't know. There are a lot of things in that article that don't seem to line up according to common sense. But who knows? I mean, that guy, the person who wrote that article, their job was to write an article. So I'm guessing they are going bankrupt because people can't afford all that fancy pampering. Could be, could be. Female women hair salons are still very expensive. My wife will let loose of a couple man every time she goes, and so But what are you going to say? Don't spend money to make yourself look good. Uh, I was going to say something about the law of diminishing returns, but I would never say anything about that. But anyway, yeah. So the women's hair salon. I mean, of course, there are different hair salons. There are different tiers. Some, I guess, could do things for less money. Some will cost more. But yeah, the men's haircut, like we know when you're, I don't know the way it is in the States now, but back when we were youngsters and running around the States, you would sit down, you'd get a quick haircut, and that was it, and you would pay for a haircut. And so I appreciate those 1,200 yen haircuts that you can get in Japan because we were not brought up with the pampering. The first time I ever got a shave in a barber's chair was in Japan, and that's because that's the way they did things. But now that's not the way they do things, so I don't do that way anymore. Okay, so hair salons. Okay, that doesn't seem to be a very interesting. Here's one. This one's good for discussion. The other day I did a video about the gaijin seat that really ignited a big discussion. Some people saying this, some people saying that. We had a number of Japanese people chiming in, and almost all of them said, well, it's because the Japanese people are so cool. But a lot of gaijins chimed in, never experienced it, always experienced it. Of course, the whole upshot of my video, my personal video, was that it had never happened to me. And I always people would talk about it and I'd say, oh yeah, really? But in my head, I was saying, oh God, here we go again. It never happens to me. Maybe these people are imagining things. And then it started happening to me just this month. And then people tried to, some commenters said, well, it's all because of you doing this, you wearing a mask, or you sitting in a priority seat, or you being your age and everybody who's your age smells bad, or you being a gaijin and everybody knows that gaijins eat meat, which makes them smell bad. And, it's all this kind of stuff. But it was a very interesting topic to have posted about. I'm glad that it's quieting down, but I was getting a lot of comments. 10 years they'll be doing practice surgery in the malls for cheap, or plastic surgery. Could be, who knows? And it'll all be done by AI. Maybe. Also, I already do teeth whitening in the malls. Really? Yeah, there are mall dentists in Japan and mall doctors too. Some of the department stores and malls have a little clinic area where you can get doctor things that were generally done by going to a full-blown doctor's office. Okay, teeth whitening. Might look into that. I drink a lot of coffee and tea, so teeth whitening is an issue for me. Okay, let's move on for that. Like I said, I didn't mean to get into the gaijin seat there, but abortions in malls, blue states only. There you go, Dan. Blue prefectures only, huh? Okay, so the reason I brought up the hot topic thing was because here's another hot topic that I'm sure we'll be discussing here for a while. And I may even I've been thinking about doing a video on this. And this is one of these things that, like I said, it's a hot topic. And when you start talking about it, you get all kinds of people getting excited for all kinds of reasons. And that is, why you see Japanese soccer fans cleaning up the stadium after World Cup games. Now, this is a news item that often comes to the fore when there is an international sports festival or sports event, and Japanese fans show up in force wearing their samurai blue jerseys. I wonder what was the percentage of Japanese people who were samurais, I wonder. Anyway, it's scenes of Japanese soccer fans sweeping stadiums and picking up trash after a match first drew public attention in France in 1998. That's not that long ago, is it? So is it a Japanese thing? Japan's first appearance in the World Cup. Oh, that might have something to do with it. It was first occurred in 1998 because it was Japan's first appearance. I wonder if it's a World Cup thing. Anyway, the cleanup astonishes non-Japanese, who might be accustomed to leaving stadiums and stepping over half-eaten food, shredded paper, wrappers, and cups, empty or with liquid dribbling out. Oh, those damn barbarians. At the World Cup in Russia in 2018, Japanese players famously cleaned the dressing room after a loss and left a thank you note in Russian. In 2022, fans left thank you notes on rubbish bags written in Arabic, English, and Japanese. Wow. Thank you notes in Arabic, English, and Japanese. Japanese people must be really good Arabic and English speakers. It's not that complicated. Beginning in elementary school, students are socialized to behave this way in the classroom, in the schoolyard, or on the playing field. Japanese sports fans at world events who clean up the stadiums are behaving much the same way they did when they learned to enjoy sports as schoolboys and girls, says Koichi Nakano, who's got all these qualifications. However, Barbara Holthus, who was raised in Germany, that makes her a non-Japanese, I guess, is the deputy director of the German Institute for Japanese Studies in Tokyo. She's a sociologist, and she agrees it's prudent not to put Japanese on a pedestal. Japan, like any other country, has its own challenges and shortcomings, as we all know. An academically sound explanation is that people in Japan just happen to be socialized differently, she told the AP. If you grew up with a certain way of how things are being done, you apply that to even cleaning up a stadium afterwards. At work here is also the Japanese concept of meiwaku, which implies not causing trouble or annoying others. And as we know, all Japanese never cause trouble or annoy others. And because Japanese people have received widespread praise for the cleanup, the behavior has been reinforced, which I think has more to do with it than anything else. Some people even call this behavior cleanup kabuki. So, not that I ever would. So, what do you think, sports fans, Pundit Gaijin 50 plus fans? As I try to change back to my beautiful face, and let's go back. All right. So the word that they use for male hairdresser cracks me up, charisma. Well, wouldn't you like to be called charisma, Dan? Yeah, they do use that. Charisma hairdressers. Isn't that interesting? Okay. So in 10 years, they'll be, we got that already. Sorry about that. Blue State. And Shred Edwards said, it's just virtue signaling. And I think Shred Edward, is it just Edwards that are as cynical as we? But I tend to share your, it may be more for the cameras than anything else. Could be. The first time, okay, you can sit there and go, yeah. But after that, you can see the end of the event coming and all the Japanese people say, oh, God, because of those people that did that back in 1998, I guess we got to run around and clean up the stands now. So in May last year, I got 90 yen per Aussie dollar. Today, I got 112 yen per Aussie dollar. That's almost a 25% drop. Why is the yen doing so poorly? Well, the Japanese people are asking that also, very much so. And there was a dire warning from the Ministry of Finance. I read it just this morning. It was one of the articles I ran across when putting things in the docket for today. And she says, "You damn exchange rate gamers, what do they call speculators? You exchange rate speculators, be forewarned, because we're not going to stand for this, and we're going to put you in your place. We're going to intervene in the market and drive the value of the yen back up." So, will they? I don't know. This always happens. Whenever the yen is moving one way or the other, the government comes out and says, "We're going to really screw you people up." It'll affect the exchange rate for like one day, and then it'll bounce back to what it was. And just recently, just at the beginning of the Golden Week, I think the Japanese government did intervene, and they drove the yen from the low 160s. And I saw this news articles, and it says Japanese government intervention drives the Japanese yen up to the low 150s, or drive the dollar down to whatever they say. And so I thought, wow, that's something. And then I looked at the exchange rate, the live real time exchange rate, and it was already back up over 155. So is it intervention? I don't know. I think if they can intervene to the point where both countries are intervening, to the point that they spread a bit of panic among the speculators, then they will make a difference. The yen is doing so poorly because people foresee that the Japanese speculators, or whatever, foresee that the Japanese yen, the Japanese economy will do poorly, don't they? I don't know. I'm not an expert in this regard, but somebody foresees problems for the Japanese economy in the future. We shall see what we shall see. But Shred Edward pines in. Look at the Japan's national debt compared to GDP, and that's part of the answer. Yeah. People always point to that, and it's true. Japanese national debt compared to GPT is in a horrible state. But there seems to be some kind of a new economic thinking that, it doesn't matter, just print more money. Okay, we shall see what we shall see. One American guy in a famous podcast said it'd be a shame if Japan stopped being Japan by bringing in too many foreigners. He said that Japan is the world's treasure. His band has performed here. Yeah, I've heard that. And in fact, I've quoted that. And he is saying that Japan is one of the world's treasures, and to have it disappear would be a shame. And I tend to agree with that. And the current government seems to agree with that. And they're trying to wrestle with that fact. And whether they will be successful will be something that time will have to answer. Based on your answer, I'm going to buy in and hope that the minister keeps her word. Should make 25%. And if you don't, let me know, and I'll make it up. No, don't listen to me. I am not a financial guy. I'm only going by what I read in the paper this morning, like everybody else. And you know that what I've not read in the paper, but read online. And you know what you read online can be true, or I'm running into so much of that these days. I do a lot of online checking of Japan things. And one of the ways that I check the news is on Facebook. I subscribe to some news sources, and when they post something, it comes into my Facebook inbox, or whatever you want to call it. It's not my, what do they call that? The stuff that I see on Facebook. And so, because I subscribe to such things, Facebook, in their supreme wisdom, feeds me other things about Japan. And there's so much BS about Japan. That's obviously AI. There was a movie, a video clip that I saw that had Kimi, what's her name? Ono? She's in charge of immigration, saying all kinds of outlandish things, and it's her, and she seems, and I was saying, wow, is this true? So I went over to AI and I said, is this true that this and this and this is happening? And they said, no, there's been no word on that. There's been no news story on that. And that's probably AI generated. So what they're doing is they're making these AI videos using faces of official people saying outlandish things that are just baloney. And there are a lot of things. They'll show a picture and they'll show a quote, a really clickbaity quote, and no story underneath, just a picture of some important person and a quote. And then you try to follow up the quote, and there's no story underneath the posting. And then you go to AI or Google search or something like that, and you try to find out details, and you find out that it's just not true. Then under such a post, you'll find all these gaijins, and I don't know, there's some from who are obviously living in the United States saying, "Oh my God, Japan is living in the 2050s, and America should do things like that," not even realizing that this is just a bogus post. So yeah, this thing that I read about the finance ministry, the reason I'm talking about this could have been bogus. I didn't have time to follow up on it. So I know you're Gaijin Guru. I know you're joking. So I hope you're joking. I know you're joking. So don't do it. Don't do anything based upon what I say here. Hide U.S. dollars under your futons. Yeah, there you go. Your futon will get thinner and thinner with time, over time. April 29th, 160. April 30th, 157. Big drop. Yeah, I know. Get your tongue out of your cheek there, Dennis. Yeah. But like I said, it dropped a lot when this, evidently, according to the story, it dropped a lot when this announcement was made. And by the time I checked it, it was headed back up. So then it says dollar to yen. Yeah. Dollar to yen is the one that I understand. Yen to dollar, I have no, I cannot get any kind of visceral feeling when I read that. All right. 60% of Japanese debt is owned by the Bank of Japan. They owe themselves money. I don't see that as a problem. Okay. All right. I don't know. Who owns the other 40%? I wonder. Okay. Aussie dollar is strong against the US dollar too, about 25% too. Okay. I just saw a YouTube video about Australia saying that the housing situation there is getting really, really rough. And that younger people, and this is true in the United States, and it's true in Japan also, cannot ever dream of owning their own home because they are priced out of the market. Okay, I think Japan is doing a hell of a lot better than they let on, and the international community believes. Japan used to brag during the bubble that they drew a lot of attention and repercussions. Okay, yeah, who knows? All we know is what they tell us, and yeah, I mean, Japan seems to be chugging along. I do wish that there would be more action on the wage, salary increases in this country to at least match the inflation, but that doesn't seem to be in the cards. And I also will say that when I go to the park on a weekday, it's packed with people on nice days. And I always think to myself, who's working in this country? So it may be like the United States. You have a lot of people who are just getting by on non-work kind of income. What it is, I don't know, but there seems to be a lot of them. They learn to tape it down and hide the success. Yeah, maybe good. Yeah, tame or tamp down on the publicity and hide their success. Yeah. Okay, I disagree, Shred Edwards says. When I got here, everything was made in Japan, including all the electronics. Now it's all made in China. Well, that's a universal problem, isn't it? I've said, it might have been here before, that when my first economics class, this guy who was he was professionally an economist, a real down to earth kind of guy. He drew this thing on the board. He drew a box that said workers or consumers or people or something like that. Drew an arrow that went up and around, and a box at the top that said government, or excuse me, it didn't say government. It should say producers, and drew a box and a arrow back down pointed to the workers or the consumers. And he said, basically, this is economics. The producers produce things, boop, 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 sell them to the consumers, and the consumers work for the producers, and they get money. Same arrow. They get money from the producers with their in place of wages, and then they spend that money. Boop boop boop. Boop boop. Boop boop boop. Which goes back up to the producers, and the producers make this money, make more products, and there's this nice cycle of money and goods and services. And this is economics. And back in those days, that's what it was. But now, with the globalization of economics, you've got these goods coming in from other countries. And so the dollars that people spend for that goes to another country, and the other country uses those dollars to pay their workers. So, it's got kind of discombobulated over time. And has it been a good result? Well, that's for you to decide, you to judge, me to judge. When I look around and I see places that were vibrant communities down in Kyushu turning into ghost towns, I don't think so much. And as I heard one member of the Trump administration say when they were going after China, and people said, well, if you go after China, we're not going to get all these cheap goods from them. What are consumers going to do? And the guy said, which I thought was genius, he said, buying cheap stuff is not the American dream, which I thought was pretty genius. And I happen to agree with. Okay, let's move on with the comments. 30% of Japanese debt is owned by Japanese institutions. Only 10% is foreign owned, unlike the US, where foreign countries, including Japan and China, own most of the debt. Okay, there's that good distinction. Okay, right, in the Japanese institutions. And then Densrat, gig work. Yeah, gig work. Gig work is there. Gig work is available. Unfortunately, gig work, a lot of gig work, not all of it, but a lot of gig work is simple or easy. So once it becomes popular, it can be overwhelmed with people who want to do it. Price goes down and all this kind of stuff. In the video that I saw about the Australian housing thing, they were saying, they showed some interviews with people, and they said, yeah, back when my parents were working, my father was making $30,000 a year, and and he bought a house for whatever it was, 15,000 or 20,000. I can't remember what it was. And he says, and now, we can make $60,000 a year, but the house costs $150,000 a year. So, people still are working. A lot of people still want to work, but work does not pay the way it once did. Okay, if poverty grows among the young, safe Japan will be no more. There is that too, Ednoy, and you could see that happening even now. Even though Japan is relatively safe, there's a lot of really bad crime here sometimes, not in volume, but in type. There were those things, I forgot what they call it, yamibaito, I think it's called in Japanese, where you could go on the dark web or on certain encrypted apps and you can find jobs, and they say, yeah, earn 100,000 yen in a day or in a week or whatever. And they don't actually say what you got to do. And then you join and you get in this group and one person's breaks into the house of an old person and they go in with 3 or 4 people and that team beats on the old people until they give up their pins of their bank accounts or whatever, or they tell them where the money is hidden in the house or their gold is hidden in the house, and then they're robbed and sometimes they are killed and sometimes they have broken bones, and then these people escape and deliver it to somebody else in the team, and that somebody fences it and everybody makes money. But it's something that you would never expect to happen in Japan. It's some very, very heinous kind of crimes are being committed in Japan, all for the purpose of making money. And when they catch these people, they ask them, well, why'd you do that? And they say, well, it's the only way I could make money. So, okay, it's a small market, but the world's best telescopes are still made in Japan. And the best household appliances are still made here as well. Could be. All right, Manga University, you're the king, so I'm not going to argue with you. Telescopes, yeah, there's something to do with the isn't that the grinding of the lenses and things like that? Very high precision work. I think Japan, and who's that German maker? I forgot the name, but there's a German maker too. That if you got their kind, light, it's not Leica. I forgot. If somebody is knowledgeable, please pipe in. But yeah, they say if you have one of these lenses, you're in good shape. Okay, and that's where Japanese cameras became so famous, because of the lenses. Household appliances, well made if they're made in Japan. And, there's a lot to be said about Japanese automobiles as well. When I always drove a Toyota, and I had a Toyota and I had a Honda, and both of them were excellent automobiles. No, and the servicing was out of this world. Rice cookers, highly valued by Chinese tourists. Yep, rice cookers. And I was surprised. I saw a TV thing where they were saying this rice cooker does this and does that and blah, 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 and excellent rice. And, my wife is a big, rice connoisseur. So I thought, oh, I'm going to buy her one. And then I went to the local big camera, and then I saw what the price was, and I said, well, it looks like my wife is going to have to do with her Zojirushi rice cooker there for a while. They're talking about over 100,000 yen for a damn rice cooker. So that was dropped that idea pretty quick. Okay. I think you have to remember in reading comments on social media that a significant percentage are bots. That's true. Maybe so. Maybe so. Probably. Yeah. I wonder how many of the comments I get on Gaijin 50 are bots. I don't think so. I don't think many of them. Some people get so excited and into the conversation that I couldn't imagine a bot doing that. Okay. The best denim jeans in the world are also made in Japan. Bing bong. I'll agree with you there. I see some denim jeans, people wearing them, and it looks like somebody just took a block of a stack of denim and just cut them in straight lines and sewed them, and that was the jeans. Their jeans look really square. But the Japanese denim, made in Japan denim jeans are excellent quality, and you could wear them for like 10 years and they still look pretty damn good, and they're cut really nice, but be prepared to pay. You pay for quality. Like an old friend of mine used to say, and I've said this often, you may not get what you pay for, but you will never get what you don't pay for. Okay, don't be fooled by the name on the front. If it says Panasonic in the front, it'll say made in China on the rear. Yeah, but even the Japanese goods that are made in China, I think they're made under strict Panasonic quality control and specs. I think so. I don't know, but given the choice, I would say I prefer made in Japan. And I know as far as foodstuffs is concerned, my wife prefers Japanese produce. Tokyo Dano says, I'm a bot. I've been wondering about that for years there, Dan. Even when we meet and have coffee together, you've got that glassy look in your eyes. I expect you suddenly, like in that movie, suddenly to go in some kind of hydraulic fluid to come spurting out of your mouth. What was that? Alien or something like that? Okay. And there you go again. You must be stuck. And there you go again. You're stuck. Pushback on foreign countries own most of the debt. It's upwards of 30%. Okay. All right. This is something to be checked. I don't know. I'm depending upon you guys, but in the U.S. Okay. All right. 30% of foreign debt in the U.S. Okay. All the comments in your Gaijin 50 plus that you don't like are bots. Must be that, and the ones that I don't like, I wish somebody would pull the plug on them. Actually, I do. I have blocked some people because some people are, they come in and they don't address the issue. They don't advance the discussion. They come straight in and start insulting me or insulting another commenter or something like that. So yeah, I will never block or delete a comment just because it disagrees with me or just because it says something that I don't necessarily like or agree with. But when somebody comes in and goes straight into insult, then they're not long for my comment world. If that's true, why do my students wear jeans that make them look homeless? Yeah, that's the thing, Shred Edward, it's our age, showing. Go out. Some of them will go out and buy high-priced jeans that are pre-torn or high-priced jeans and, rip them up to make them look homeless. I don't know what that is with this homeless look. I wonder if that's because of the effects of the U.S. tourists, because U.S. tourists like to look homeless, I think. By the way, instead of a rim shot, why not just give... There you go. From now on. Thank you. Dennis, I forgot that this thing was there. Anybody else, anybody who deserves a rim shot will get this. All right. And we got to name the rooster. Anybody, I guess we could call him the Gaijin Rooster. But yeah, that'll be it. Anybody who has a or Tokyo Dan, he said Tokyo Dan will sometimes use expressions that we don't want to really get into here. So every time I replace a Tokyo Dan expression, I'll do one of these. Okay, now and please help me name the rooster. That will help us a lot. It won't sit down, so I gotta lay it down. Okay. Thank you, Dennis. Great, such a great suggestion. Shredder says later, Ed, my wife's telling me it's time to cut the grass. You got grass? Wow. And we all know that when the Oksan, who my sister believes, never tells their husband to do anything that he doesn't want to do. Everyone knows that when the Oksan speaks, we got to jump. I'll bet you that even the king of Saitama there jumps when the queen tells him what to do. Okay, Manga University. For the name, how about the Prince of Saitama? I can make it. Okay, all right. Manga University, please, go through your thing. Put your sword on each one of his shoulder. I don't know. Is that a him? It is a rooster. Okay. So I don't want to be, I don't want to get in trouble here. But okay, Prince of Saitama. It's now official. The Prince of Saitama. Um, but we need a name. Prince Gaijin? Anything else? Anybody else want to, I'm easy. So if anybody else wants to pipe in from now or in the future, right now it's the Prince of Saitama. And thank you, Manga University. And you know what? Since he's the Prince of Saitama, that when you are no longer of this mortal coil, you will be you you will be replaced by the prince. Okay, make a contest out of it. That's what I should do. What can we offer as a prize? Anyway, let me think about that. Okay, and hold your keep your powder dry. We're gonna have a Gaijin 50 plus contest. I think I'll come out and have a name the rooster contest. Okay. I waved my royal staff. He is now Prince of Saitama. Great. All right, now I'm going to have to start trading him well, Can I tell you, there was a guy in Chicago, a disc jockey. He was on either WLS or WCFL, and he got pulled off the air because of rooster jokes. Anybody from Chicago remember that? I'll tell the story. Try to keep it as clean as I can to keep YouTube from dinging us. But it was during a time that the Chicago Cubs had this is true. So don't take this down any kind of warped road here. There was a guy, he he had the mind of Tokyo Dan. And there was Chicago Cubs had a first baseman, and the first baseman was called Pete Lecoq, and that was his real name. You can look it up. It's on Wikipedia. And so this disc jockey on some Chicago popular news, not news, it was a music radio station, popular music radio station, used to have he said, I have a pet rooster, and I'm going to name him Pete after the Chicago Cubs first baseman, Pete Lecoq. And he said, and every day he did something about his rooster thing. And he would talk to Pete, and Pete would go, and if there would be some, sexy song, for example, what was that song? Oh, love to love you, baby, and all that kind of stuff. And after the song would finish, you'd hear the sound effect, and he'd say, "Hey, Pete, settle down," And he played on this again and again, and he finally got pulled off the air. Because he did a routine, and he would say, "Well, I'm sorry, everybody, but today Pete is not feeling very well." And Pete would, he'd say, "How you doing, Pete?" And Pete would go, "Ah," and he'd say, "Oh, Pete's sick. I don't know what to do. He's just not feeling so well." And so he said, "Oh, I got the phone call," and he got a phone call from some little old lady. This was on the radio, so I guess is it okay to say, but it was pretty suggestive. What this lady says, "I know how you can make your rooster feel better. And I know how you can make Pete feel better." And he said, "How?" Oh, I don't know if I should say it. What do you think? So she said, this was on the radio. She said, no, I won't do it. I chickened out. So anyway, Tokyo Dan's in there, and he says, "If that's a chicken, you could call it choke." Choke. Yeah. Okay. And lots of laugh from Dennis. There you go. Say it. Okay. Are there any women online here? I don't know if I should say it. Anyway, okay, I'll say it. And if YouTube gives me some kind of a strike or something like that, I guess we can survive it, because I know I'd never say anything like this again. This woman told him, I know how you can make your chicken feel a whole lot better. And he said, how's that? And she said, rub his head with hot butter until he throws up. And at that point, they cut the feed from this guy's radio show and they went into easy listening music. And they said, whoa, this guy, unfortunately, is no longer with us. And they took him off the air. And, it was quite the thing in Chicago at the time. And, I was a young guy at that time. So all of us guys really got excited about, oh, yeah, isn't that great? Isn't that great? But a lot of people didn't appreciate it. But that's when America was changing. You could probably change it. You could probably say it now without getting into any trouble at all. And I hope I don't get into trouble. And I hope anybody out there doesn't. Oh, and then now the comments are quiet. So I don't know if you're laughing or if you're clicking your tongues in disgust. We still have 7 viewers, so I guess we're okay. Not totally bad. Okay. So Tokyo Dan says, no trouble there. Yeah, I know you'd love it. And Ednoy says, call him the Colonel. That's a good one. Ednoy, okay, that Ednoy, can I use that as your, okay, you can make multiple suggestions. So let me write these down. So when we start a contest, I can give you credit. Okay, Tokyo Dan says choke. And Ednoy says the Colonel. And he's also already the Prince of Saitama. Was there any other ones that I went through? Okay. Naming. Okay. So if you got any, let her rip, and I'll give you credit for them when the contest starts. So I got another story. Enough. So that's good. The Colonel, Daniel says. Okay, enough chicken stuff. Anyway, I told the story. So one thing you can say about me, I am not chicken. All right. So let's go on. Here's a AI story. I'm very interested in AI, as all of you know. And according to the LI, who's LI? I forgot to catch that. LI Corp. All right. That's the people who do Line, the telephone and messaging that's so popular in Japan and has gone international and has been listed on the New York Stock Exchange. This guy who's in charge of Line says people are a bottleneck to AI-led efficiency gains. What do you think about that? Boy, that sounds like a dangerous kind of point of view, doesn't it? It sounds almost like something straight out of Terminator. So, according to the story, if humans get involved in artificial intelligence-driven businesses, efficiency will always go down because their presence is a bottleneck. And this is according to Kentaro Kawabe, and he's the outgoing chairman of LY Corporation, the operator of the L-Line chat app and web portal Yahoo Japan. Oh, he's in charge of Yahoo. Okay. So he says that compared with businesses built around humans, AI-centered businesses will inevitably have higher productivity. CPUs can operate 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Humans who take time off and hesitate are the bottleneck. Hesitation. Isn't that a virtue sometimes? He says that if humans have to compensate, for what AI can't do, it'll always be inefficient. So he says for AI to become efficient, we have to eliminate humans. Quite a stance. I feel that AI has evolved as much in 3 years as the internet did in 30. So this guy goes on to say that to put it in extreme terms, an AI-driven automaker is even possible. AI could design them. AI robotics could manufacture them, and they could be sold on a website created by AI. All humans have to do is think, this is the kind of car I want to make. All right. Already, this is true in some regards. I think we discussed this maybe on the on a past live stream. And okay. And so, this is always also already popular, not popular, possible in a way. People using Claude to create websites, to create programs, and the kicker comes in the prompting. So if you can give Claude a proper prompt, it will mean that Claude can do what you want it to do. And of course, it has to be checked still by humans. But as things progress, who knows what's going to happen? And like I said in a previous live stream, I have a friend, and he suggests you ask ChatGPT to create a prompt, and then you feed that prompt to Claude, and you can get some really, really good results. So the floor is open to you, Gaijin 50 experts. So what do you think? All right. And people don't want to lose their jobs, hence the pushback, which creates a bottleneck. That's true. I've lost a job, not lost a job, but virtually lost a job, and will probably lose my current job due to AI. The past job that I lost, or it's shrunk to the point that doing it alone doesn't support me, is translation. AI does a really good job at doing translation. Now, of course, there are some technical translation that it messes up, and other types of translation that it messes up. But if you've got things like emails, or reading an email, or sending an email, it does extremely well. Some minor mistakes here and there, and since I'm able to read both languages, I can catch those mistakes. But I could see 100% viability in the not too distant future. It does so well. There was a time back in the 90s when I was I was like a guest, an occasional guest in a Japanese team that was trying to develop AI, or computer-driven language capabilities. And they were doing all this thing with these nodes, and I would go in there, and they would ask me questions about how I thought of when forming an English sentence, and it was really interesting. But at that time, I asked them, how long before we have computers that can handle Japanese English translation? And they said, not within our lifetimes. And that was because, as anybody who speaks Japanese or has translated Japanese knows, what the Japanese mindset when forming a Japanese text is so different from the English mindset when forming English text. And, context, as they always say, Japanese is a very high context language, while English is a low context language. So in English, we have to keep reminding people of what the subject is. Even to this day, I have problems when communicating with my wife in either Japanese or English, where she will be taking off and blah, 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 and I'll lose track of the subject, and I'll say, who did that? What did? And she'll say, of course, I'm talking about this person. Well, of course, to a Japanese person is not, of course, to a English native speaker, because we have totally different points of view when dealing with language. Black companies should be absorbing AI quickly, one would think. Yeah, because Black companies don't care about the worker. They just care about generating income. So Black companies, in case you don't know, means these companies that treat their employees really, really badly, don't pay them enough, don't pay them for overtime, make them work a lot of overtime without paying for that, and really abuse their companies. And if somebody doesn't put up with this, they put them in a position that makes their job very, very horrible and very hard to go to. And so the problem employees end up quitting by design. And so there's not a lot, quite a bit of that going on in Japan. I don't know if there is such a thing in other countries. I don't know if there's such a thing in the West at all, but it is uh, quite prevalent here, prevalent to the fact that you hear about it all the time, and not just from gaijins. You hear about it from Japanese people. You hear about such a thing called karoshi, and karoshi is death by overwork, and that's putting a lot of pressure on employees to work, and don't take proper breaks, and have some people, because of, I don't know, because of some physical problem or because of something, end up dropping dead or jumping off the nearest building or jumping in front of the nearest train. And so this is a problem here. Again, I don't know if that's a problem in Japan. From what I know about the American work situation, is there such a thing as overwork? I think that in America, the problem may be overplay. No, that's just a joke. I'm being cheeky and cynical. But yeah, you would think that such black companies would be trying to use AI. AI seems to be a big problem in on YouTube, and YouTube is try in one regard trying to eliminate AI, but in another regard trying to promote AI, because YouTube is not really anti-AI, but they're anti-AI slop. So if you've got, there was one guy, he's out of the Philippines, and for some reason, his his channel got flashed in front of me. So I went and watched it for a while, and he did one of these videos. He said, "Whoa, I mean, YouTube just demonetized my channel, and I don't know what to do about it because I work hard on my videos, and they said it was because of my videos were unoriginal and AI, but I don't know what they're talking about, and I guess I have so many months or so many weeks to delete the offending videos, but I don't know which one they're talking about." So, it was one of these typical things, like you see on these, like on these badge cam videos from the US, they say, "All right, get out of the car." "Why? I didn't do anything." It's one of these things, the guy was basically saying the same thing. So I went to his channel to look because I have an YouTube channel, and he was saying, "I can't figure out why." So I thought, I'm going to see what he's doing, and if I can figure it out, maybe it can help me avoid such a problem, because sometimes YouTube suddenly changes things, and you have to deal with it. So I went over to his channel, and it's a channel about the Philippines. And a number of his videos were typical Philippine channels. Look at the apartment I got, and it's only $4 a month. This kind of channel. And so he was doing some of those, and then I looked at his more recent videos, and the thumbnail is absolutely AI generated. Some perfect chick with perfect complexion and perfect hair and a perfect body that's showing, suggestions of here and there and this, that, like, the come hither kind of look in her eye, set on a background that's a perfect tropical background that, everyone would dream going to, beautiful beaches and lush pine, palm trees and stuff like that. And this chick's got, and it's got a really AI generated thumbnail text. And, one of these, you can almost see the fingers going like this. So I thought, wow, are they dinging him just for his thumbnail? Who knows? So then I played the video, and the video was absolutely AI generated. It's one of these things, a guy's speaking in a perfect voice, and the background images keep changing. Every time he says a word, the background images changes to something else that's kind of related or not related at all to what he's saying, and kind of looks good and kind of looks too good. And the guy's got, like I said, one of these voices, well, before I came to Philippines, after I retired, I expected to find, and this goes on like for about 25 minutes. Now, the guy who owns the channel went through the trouble. A lot of these kinds of video producers don't, but of a round image of his, I got to get this right because here in the corner, there's just an image of him, of a photograph. So I guess that's to personalize this AI slop. But from beginning to end, he didn't say anything. And this video just drones on, and it's your typical, I went to the Philippines expecting this. She stole all my money. Now I'm homeless. I can't get home. People, all my relatives have disowned me because they thought I was a jerk for falling for all. And he's got video after video after video after video of the same thing. And yet he puts out a video and says, well, I can't understand why YouTube would take down my videos. I mean, come on, bro. I would be ashamed of putting something like that up. Okay, and that's an adventure. Every time I start a live stream and you're not here, I wonder why. And I don't want to be a pain in the neck and send you emails, but the place is not Gaijin 50 Plus without you. But you've been studying, good for you, making dinner, et cetera, definitely feeling overworked and underpaid. Like that's how you'll have plenty of that feeling while you're over here and when you get over here in Japan. And okay, there you go. Okay, looks like somebody hit the button too quickly. There is this Chinese AI you see all over YouTube saying anything about everything. If I see its face, I quickly click away. Yeah, when I first started this channel, I would say one of the first 2 or 3 videos that I ever did was this really weird video. And it was, if you track down, I even tracked down the AI because they left the watermark for the AI in there. And the AI was a Chinese company too. And I made a response to the AI video that was spreading total BS about Japan. And I said to the AI, make a video that says everything in this video is AI BS. And it did. It did exactly what I asked. And it did a pretty good job too. Since I was a non-paying person, it only made, like, the video was only 10 seconds or 15 seconds, but it was pretty darn good. You can look it up if you want. But anyway, the original premise of the Chinese AI was that, remember when Trump started all this import duty stuff? It said Japan got its revenge because it cut off the export of high quality tuna from Japan to the U.S. And now U.S. sushi shops are panicking because they don't know what they're going to do. They can't get any tuna anywhere. Now, anybody who knows anything about the Japanese and American tuna situation knows that Japan gets a lot of its tuna from the U.S. and other sources. It basically doesn't have any domestic tuna to speak of. And so this was totally bogus and totally backwards. And it showed a picture of Trump going, "Oh, what am I going to do?" And it was all AI generated. But judging from the comments, a lot of people were falling for it. So who knows what people are thinking after. And Schindler says, hello, everyone. AI is an absolute evil. I wouldn't say absolute, but evil, I would say. Doing everything from creating a brain rot content to making subtitles for fake poor Japanese salary. Oh, that one. I know which one, to whom you are referring there, Schindler. But that guy sure does a lot of YouTube, doesn't he? He gets a lot of views. And I don't personally, when I first saw it, I thought it was pretty good, pretty cool, pretty entertaining. But I don't know how many times watching a Japanese salaryman eat his breakfast can be entertaining, or crying about his lunch or dinner. I mean, it gets pretty repetitive after a while. But yeah, AI does have its uses, I think, but it's still, and we have to remember, like this guy in the Line Corporation, he's talking about AI, and he uses the word AI, and we use the word AI. I do too. When we use AI, we're talking about these language models, and these things aren't really thinking, right? They're just connecting words together. And a lot of times those words are pretty good. And a lot of times those words are pretty bad. So when he's talking about AI, creating and running an automobile factory, is he talking about large language model AI? I don't think so. I think he's talking about something else. The large language model AI that we use, it depends on which one you're using too. Some of it's pretty terrible. I was talking to ChatGPT the other day, and I made a comment about, oh yeah, I was talking to it about my baseball videos. I was wondering why they failed, and I mentioned about, yeah, this guy Murakami really livening things up in Chicago. And as if you're not a baseball fan, I'll let you know. There's this guy named Murakami playing for the Chicago White Sox. I think he hit his 13th homer recently. He's a top in the major leagues for home runs. He hit, I think, 12 home runs faster than anybody in his, just really like hitting a home run almost every day. And it's big news in the United States. So I said, yeah, Murakami is really shaking things up in Chicago. And ChatGPT comes back and says, hey, hold on there. You're getting ahead of yourself. Murakami's still very much a part of the Yakult Swallows, and he hasn't made it to Chicago. And I said, what are you talking about? He's there. He just hit his 12th home run at the time. He just hit his 12th home run. You know what, AI? You know what ChatGPT responded to me after making a totally off the wall AI hallucinogenic mistake being corrected by me? Hey, he's hit 12 home runs. You know what its answer was? No, you're wrong. He's hit 13. I'll tell you what, if I wasn't a strong-willed person with the patience of Job, I probably would have opened the window and chucked my computer right down the 6 floors down to the ground. Man, what? I use 4 different AIs, large language model AIs, and ChatGPT. There was a time, ask Tokyo Dano, I used to run around and say, if ChatGPT were a woman, I'd marry it. This was around ChatGPT, I don't know, 3.5 or something like that. It was great. I loved it. I liked the way it talked to me. It was a pal. But I must have married it, because the relationship has gone downhill ever since. And I think ChatGPT right now is the very worst large language model AI that you can ever use. The other ones, Gemini makes mistakes too. Claude, Grok is interesting to talk to. But all of them have their shortcomings and their strengths and their weaknesses. But ChatGPT is definitely not worth the time. There was a time I would say it's not worth the money to pay for the paid subscription, but it's not even worth the time to deal with. It's horrible. Okay, anyway, Kelly Bosch uses AI to make really interesting fashion videos with great music, but they are all similar. Okay, and they may disappear, especially if they're on YouTube. YouTube is similar videos that don't have originality, or they don't have any kind of, don't have anything to teach people and things like that, are being chopped like crazy these days. And a lot of them deserve it. It's only to get worse, since LLM AI will plagiarize itself, creating an AI sloppity slop. There you go, Shred Edward. Good point. There's one thing that I hated about LLM AI is, in, even though I'm sure I don't look it to all of you people, I'm an older guy. And I was brought up, and I had a Catholic education in the traditional, reading, writing, arithmetic, religion kind of, we did phonetics and, we did our jolly numbers and things like that. And that's the way I learned. And I learned that way. We studied the classics, Latin and all this other kind of crap, Shakespeare. And so I have a way of writing and speaking that's maybe a little bit different from the way, and I know it's different because I teach among youngsters. And I really hated the way AI would edit, or, I would ask it to sometimes check what I wrote, and it would always try to dumb down my language. Anytime I would use, especially a Latin rooted word, it would say, no, take it out and try to put in a more Anglo kind of word. And it used to really bother me. And it would say, well, the people these days might not understand. And that was one of the first time I got in an argument with AI. I said, well, that's on them. they better up their game. I'm going to write the way I write, because that's the way I write. And if they don't like it, they can go take a leap in a rolling donut. And it still does that, and I still hate it. And they try to put out this bland, one size fits all kind of language, which is really horrible in my humble old guy opinion. But yeah, sloppity slop, AI sloppity slop is sloppity slop. Totally with you on that one. All right. Everyone is afraid that AI is going to take their job. Not me. I pray to God. AI shows up and takes my dental practice. Have fun, grok. Okay. Oh, I pray to God. AI shows up and takes my dental practice. Okay, Patrick, you're in a good business there, and dental work is improving without, I guess, maybe in a way with AI, but without AI too. What is it? What did the dentists used to do? Was it drill, fill, and bill? That was the dentist's mantra long ago. Now they are more trying to, at least my dentist is trying to preserve my natural dental ability, which I really appreciate. Okay. Been using AI for coding things for my day trading recently, and I made an app with it for a trading tracker and my trading diary because otherwise I'm not doing that. My AI loves to bash me. Okay, yeah, AI, yeah. That's what, yeah. I don't know. I guess you can set, you can tell your AI to insult you and stuff like that. Though I've never done that, but ChatGPT has been getting a little cheeky lately. I don't want to get off on that. Tokyo Dan really laughs at me when I start going crazy about AI. And she says keeps me humble. Yeah, I used to think that ChatGPT kept me humble in some regards, but not anymore. Instead of keeping me humble, it makes me homicidal. Yeah, it's right. Young people are now stupid. Illiteracy is way up. I read somewhere a while back. Yeah, they say that. Illiteracy is getting bad in the United States. AI sure can be useful for some translation work, but it can't replace practical knowledge when it comes to foreign languages. Yep. Yeah, that's true. It's especially useful when it comes to like email writing. But I always say you have to keep an eye on it because it still makes mistakes. But they're very minor in the email writing realm. I always used to worry that is my email written properly, or maybe, and I used to run it by my wife. I used to say, hey, I'm going to send this email to Joe Blow. What do you think? She'd look at it and she would tell me, no, don't say it that way. That sounds too conversational. Change this, change that. And she would give me advice. Now I never have to consult with her because because AI is there and it is helpful. I wouldn't give AI like a scholastic paper or a technical paper or specifications or specifications for an airplane or something like that, and then just use them as is. That would be really dangerous, especially when it comes to life or death situations. Okay. Nope, don't tell it to. It's just an a-hole, LOL. Sometimes I tell it to tone it down, but then he becomes boring. Yeah, yeah. I used to I used to get I used to tell Chat GPT, don't do this. It's no good. And it would say, oh yeah, that's on me. I'll never do that again. And then it'll do it again anyway. So that's what I love about you. That's adventures. Good sense of humor. And these young people think of themselves as wise and very smart. Yeah, there's a name for that, isn't it? People who think of themselves wiser than they actually are. Yeah, there. I have heard, and I don't want to, it's not a personal thing or anything like that because they are the product of their upbringing and education. But when you hear young people use the language, and it's like almost 100% of them do it, and you got to wonder. You hear them say things like less people, or less money, or fewer. Less. The word less this, less that, and they'll use it with a countable noun. And I mentioned that to somebody one time, and I said, "Hey, less should be used only with an uncountable noun." And they say, uncountable, countable. They don't teach that anymore in school, which, I don't know. Maybe I'm a fuddy-duddy, but that sounds strange. Okay. Corporate emails are mostly gibberish anyway, so it's okay to use AI for writing one. Got to keep an eye on some terms, though, because they differ by company. Yeah, the corporate emails I'm talking about in Japan, what they're good for. You've got the introduction where you got to go through all the mumbo jumbo, yoroshiku onegai shimasu, and the Japanese salutation is very different from the English salutation, and the complimentary close also. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu, and there are some other things. I look forward to hear. All these things. In the middle, when it's the meat of the message, that's the stuff you got to check, because you got to check to make sure, because in Japanese it's always sometimes it's often hard to catch who's supposed to be doing what, and you got to keep a little bit of an eye on that. But AI, all in all, is pretty good. Yes, I have no idea what that is. Okay. Uncountable nouns. Oh, you have no idea what uncountable nouns are? Well, an uncountable noun would be like water. You cannot pick up water and say one water, two water, so it's not countable. So you would say less water. You would never say fewer water. But you can make it countable by adding a glass of water. So you can say fewer glasses of water, but you can never say less glasses of water. Okay? All right. I'll send you a bill at the end of the month. All righty, Roo. All right. Is that enough AI talk? All right. We initially got into this topic in the middle of a discussion about the gaijin seat thing and about the commenters. I was thinking about doing a video on the Japanese people cleaning up the stadium after a soccer game and stuff like that. And is this really a Japanese culture thing, or is this really a Japanese education and upbringing thing, or is this kind of kabuki, clean up kabuki? Oh, people are watching us, so we better clean up to make ourselves look good. I was been thinking about doing a video on this, But after reading some of the comments in the gaijin seat kind of thing, I'm thinking better of it. What do you guys think? You think that's a good topic, or you think I should drop it? I can't even get my husband to clean up the house after his cleaning the house. There you go. Uh, yeah. There are topics like this, like the gaijin seat and like the cleanup kabuki that, even with the gaijin seat. So the gaijin 50 channel, it comes across as being, a little bit grown up. But if I do too many of those kind of topics, it sort of like devolves into, oh, you're dumping on Japan, you damn person there. And I shy away from it a little bit. Would anybody like to comment on that? Because your opinions matter to me. No? Okay. Must be live stream fatigue. Udatsu Adventures, you weren't here. Please name the chicken. It's coming up soon. We're going to have a name the chicken contest to anybody who wasn't here. And I haven't figured out what the prize was yet. So I don't know. Maybe I've got a stack. Hold on a minute. Don't go anywhere. How about this for the prize? This is an official stack. And there's not just one. This is a stack of official Torasan postcards. These are postcards that are made using the image of movie posters from Torasan, the movie Otoko ga Tsuraiyo, Atsumi Kiyoshi, this guy. If you've been in Japan for a while, you'll know him. These are really cool postcards. You could either collect them or keep them or hang them up in your house or send postcards to your friend. You'll be the coolest person. I wonder if they're only usable in Japan. Let me check if they've got a Japan. Oh, I guess even if they're only usable in Japan, I guess you could stick up a stamp on them if you're in the U.S. or another country, and or probably in Japan. These are really old, so even if you're in Japan, you'd probably have to add postage to keep them legal. But this will be, see, pretty thick. There are a lot of postcards in there, and it's even in your Torasan suitcase that he used to carry around. And this will be the prize for the person whose name is selected as the Prince of Saitama's name. So we already got a couple of suggestions here, but we'll be opening this up to the public. I don't know how long it'll run. I don't know if I'm gonna select the name, or since it's his prince, I might consult with the king of Saitama about this. I mean, I don't want to name his one and only offspring something that he doesn't want to name it. But how about that? Okay, so that's what I think would be interesting coming from you, because you're good at stories and it wouldn't be normal. Japanese people are amazing. Well, that was the initial, one of the initial purposes of Gaijin 50 Plus, and it was the purpose of my blog that I used to do, Japundit, to show that Japan is not Disneyland, and that it's got its good, it's bad, it's beautiful, it's ugly, and that it's populated by Japanese people. And it's a place populated by Japanese. And like any place populated by people, there's all kinds. And so, okay. Udatsu Adventures chimes in with her suggestion. Fred. Okay. Well, that's good to know. All right. But you can, when we make this thing public, you can make other suggestions. Okay. Tokyo Dan, onsen tamago. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right. And Shredder says real old school stuff. Yeah, this is, if you don't know about this, if you're saying, well, what the heck is that? Check it out. All right. This is really, check out Torasan, Torasan, Torasan. You can find it in Wikipedia. Very, very popular. If you've never watched this series, they're available on video. Highly recommended. Totally entertaining, hilarious, touching, and it's a good way to study Japanese. It's a good way to study Japanese. Turn on those Japanese subtitles, and you'll be right in business. Okay. And Tokyo Dan said, I wouldn't give those away. Well, Dan, since I have two of them, I don't know. Damn camera. Since I have two of them, I'll be willing to part with one of them. Okay. And sadly, too old to be worth anything since only old timers know who Torasan is. Well, I checked out the price, and these used to be sold by the Japanese post office. And I went on Mercari and checked out the price, and it's not that much. So I shouldn't say that if I'm going to offer this as a prize. I'll tell you what. This is for Japanese people only, or Japanese viewers only, because what I'm about to say, if I sent it out as outside of Japan, I probably couldn't do it. I'd probably get in trouble because it's a food item. But I'll also include, this may grow to something more. It may grow into a whole package. I'll also include one jar of my wife's great tasting homemade marmalade. How's that? We're upping the ante here, and I'll tell you, it's really good. I keep telling her she should start a business and start selling that stuff, so we can I can stop working and she can support me for a change. Sorry, Udatsu Adventure. Dano says probably worth a lot. Yeah, prepaid postcards. Actually, let me check. Before I suggested they were prepaid. But I don't know. I haven't looked at them for a long time. Beep, 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 beep. Yes, they're prepaid postcards, but probably out of date. This one says 50 yen, 50 yen. So I imagine it's more now. Okay. And the trend for YouTubers is Japan has warts because Japan is a strong partner with Trump. Why warts? What does warts have to do with it? Okay. That's strange. Okay. Oh, I think Japan tries to maintain a good relationship with every U.S. president, and it doesn't matter who they are. So that's just my opinion. And I will never discuss anything about Trump here. That's a good way to get your comment deleted, by the way. Just be forearmed. But Japan tries to maintain a good relationship with the United States, no matter who's the president. Okay. And Saitama, well, if you live in Tokyo, a correct pronunciation is Dasaitama. Schindler, you better be careful. We got the king of Saitama hanging out here, and he might send his Swiss guard after you or something like that. Yeah, Tokyo people like to look down at Saitama and say Da Saitama. They used to do that in Chicago too. We used to look down on, like Tennessee, and Kentucky, the states that are just below us. But okay. Well, now I have to come visit just for the marmalade. There you go. Udatsu Adventures, no promises, but if you win, I'll hold it until you get here. Okay? And don't do food, Ed. Yeah, change this into a food channel. Or don't do food, don't get in the food business. That's probably valid advice. It's a bad business to get into anywhere. Whatever the name ends up being, it should be with Prince of Saitama. That's true. And at the end, for instance, choke, Prince of Saitama. That makes it especially royal sounding. Yeah, absolutely. That's what it's going to be. Choke, Prince of Saitama. And you could, well, yeah, that sounds good. Okay. Anything else? Getting to the end here? I still haven't, okay. I still haven't gotten any kind of firm opinion about the Japan and clean up Kabuki. Maybe I'll let that sit for a while until it happens again. And then I'll go off on it or something like that. Any topics anybody would like to like to have us do? Now's your chance. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So I'm going to have to do, of course, I'm going to have to do a name the chicken thing. And I hope the person who wins is in Japan so I can send it. Well, I can even do second or third place. So I haven't checked up on Japan news in a minute. Yeah, they're supposed to be, isn't there some kind of site like that? Japan news in a minute. But the problem is with Japan news, there's a problem with Japan news. I'll talk about it in a minute. We've got another comment here. Cleanup Kabuki theme can be interesting because visiting sports events in Japan is a unique experience. Okay. Do they do cleanup at Japanese sports events in Japan? I've never noticed one way or the other. The Torasan movies and Sazaya-san cartoons are essential viewing for foreigners, so saith the king, who want an understanding of Japan, home life, and community. Absolutely right. And, there are a lot of cool, Torasan, that's his thing. He uses a lot of idioms and, he uses a lot of cool expressions, when he's selling things, right? Iki no ne-chan tatshonben and all that kind of stuff, right? And it's a good way. It's a good way to learn Japanese, the way Japanese is actually spoken and understood. And you will pick up things that if you use them amongst your Japanese friends, you'll have people rolling on the ground in gales of laughter, guaranteed. Okay. Japan has only 2 more shots to intervene in the yen. Okay. I bow out because I am your friend and I would win the giveaway. And if I would win the giveaway, it would look fixed. Okay, Dan, you could help me. You could be one of the judges. How's that? Okay. I'll pay you with a cup of coffee and a scone, Sazaya-san is a full-blown Blue Monday equivalent. Okay. And that's Adventures, LDP is losing elections. Are they? I haven't been keeping up. I went to a few events during the Nagano Olympics, and there wasn't any cleaning that I noticed. Just checking the headlines from today. LOL, sorry. That's okay. Check those headlines. I was saying about the Japanese news thing. The problem is that basically Japan is a boring country, and that's I don't want to do. Okay, this guy stole some woman's underpants from her veranda. I don't want to do things like that. And then they went to his house and they found 800 pairs of underwear and stuff like that. That stuff's just so, I don't care. I don't like to do these. Oh, isn't Japan such a strange place? Kind of things. So you take away that, there's not much happening. No, I'm joking. Japan's, crime. There is Japanese crime, but I like to do things like clean up Kabuki or things that have a little bit more meat. I may have mention this here, but I have a friend who used to work for a news service in Japan, and it's a big American news service. I won't say the name, but it's a big American news service, and they do a lot of reporting of Japan and China. And there was a columnist, and he covered Japan, and he said that he made it a point, and this is some years ago, so I don't know if it's true anymore, but he made it a point to avoid putting the word Japan in the headline because he knew that if the word Japan was in the headline, nobody would read the article. Now, that's really interesting, isn't it? That was after the bubble. Before the bubble, everybody wanted to know about Japan. Boom, boom, boom. After the bubble, it just sort of went boop, boop. So, okay. That's what Adventures says. Here we go. Police are investigating a possible murder case in Osaka, and a zoo worker in Hokkaido has been arrested after a body was found. Yeah. Yeah. We talked about this the last live stream on Saturday. The Osaka zoo worker is one thing that's really, really depressing. It was a big incinerator where they incinerated the bodies of animals, and he decided to incinerate the body of his girlfriend or something like that. And unfortunately, this Hokkaido zoo was a place that was very popular on YouTube about some months ago, about a year ago, because there were 3 lionesses born to a lion couple. And there was a YouTube channel, and I think it was a YouTube channel was put up by the zoo that showed how these lionesses were grown up, and it's got millions of views. And now that the children are grown, they're sent off to other zoos. But really a big change, right? Goes from a very popular, oh, aren't these lions cute, to a macabre, oh, our worker threw his girlfriend in the incinerator. The Osaka murder case, I don't know about that one unless it's the one about the little kid. But yeah, Japanese people, even though there is less crime in Japan, there is crime in Japan. Though there is very little gun crime in Japan, they find other ways to get it done. One of the most popular ways is knife. So anyway, any artisans in your area looking for apprentices because Japanese younger generation are not interested? Yeah, the Japanese younger generation aren't interested, like in following their family as a family apprentice. I don't know if that's displeasure with the apprentice gig or displeasure with working with your father as your mentor kind of thing, which is understandable. Yeah, actually, Japanese young people seem to really hate the thought of carrying on the family business. I had an experience. I went back to my wife's place, and she lives in a small rural neighborhood, and it was for Obon, and it was the first Obon after her father died, so-called Hatsubon. And in the past, what they did in that area is every family where somebody had a family member died would build a boat of a full-blown mini boat. And by mini boat, I don't mean a model boat. I mean, like 6 foot long, 5 foot long, 4 foot long boat. And everybody would get in there and build a boat and put a sail and some kind of a banner on it and all kinds of decorations. And on a certain day at a certain time, everybody who had built a boat would send that boat floating out on the river, and the river would float out into the sea. It was part of the ceremony, the Obon ceremony. But of course, since it was a rural area, it was shrinking. And so it happened that 3 or 4 houses in the same area where people had passed away. And since the population was getting smaller and older, there were a lot of people passing away. They'd get together and build a single boat and have the 4 or 5 dead people share the boat as if they, it cared. But anyway, so when we went down there, they said, okay, they're going to go build a boat. Go with my older brother. And so, okay. So we got there, and it was at the local rice dealer's house, because the rice dealer in the older houses have a big area in the front with a concrete floor, and it was easier to do the work there. So you get there, and the first thing that you notice is not any of the boat building materials, but the big cooler of beer. And of course, Obon is during the summertime. So we all gathered together, and I was trying to cooperate as much as possible and not get in the way. But I noticed but there was a young daughter was there. She was there for Grandpa's funeral, and she was like in her early 30s. And I started talking to her, struck up a conversation with her. And she told me that she was from a place in Tokyo. I think it was Asagaya or Koenji, which was quite near to where I was living at the time, which was Ogikubo. And so I said, oh, you're from there. Oh, you live pretty close to each other. And I do know that the area where she was living was very population dense. And, houses are close together, lots of people together, get on the train together. So I said to her, just by trying to engage the conversation, I said, oh, you must be feeling so fortunate that, you live in the city like that, but every once in a while you could come back here to your home out in the countryside where it's quiet and peaceful, and you could live life at a very quiet and slow pace. And she gave me one of those looks, and, she virtually sneered at me and gave me the old tondemonai, or which is Japanese for no way. And I was really surprised. I said, "Oh, really?" So, I turned around and started, hammering a nail or something like that after a while, wondering what I had just done. And then I started thinking about it later. And here's this woman in her early 30s, single, living in Tokyo. Grandfather died, mom and dad all alone, and probably she is getting a ton of flack from her parents, aunts, uncles, surviving grandparents, neighbors, and anybody else with a mouth, telling her, you got to get married. You got to get married and start a family. Who's going to take over the family after your parents are gone? You got to get married and start a family and bring them back here. I don't know if she had any brothers or anything like that, but I was sure that she was anytime she comes home, she goes under a lot of pressure from those around her to start being a regular woman. And so, I realized later, she's probably so happy to get back to Tokyo, where she can become another faceless woman, just going about her business, putting on a mask, and nobody turns around and looks at her and says, well, at your age, you should be home getting married, shouldn't you? Not in Tokyo. Tokyo, basically, the SOP, the standard operating procedure, is to go glassy-eyed and ignore everybody around you. Not always, but pretty generally. And so, I realized her point of view. Sorry for going off on a tangent, but it is an old-timer in Japan kind of thing. How about the two fathers who killed their children? Weird, sick stuff. Yeah, that is weird, sick stuff. Never can understand it. I haven't seen any YouTubers cover such. Do you mean the Kabuki? In that case, maybe I should do it. I'm sure I'll be yelled at by Japanese people about it. Most of the crime involves somebody else's grandmother's year-old corpse in the apartment because her grandson wanted to keep getting her pension payments. Bing bong, there's a lot of that, isn't there? Yeah, this is true. But then again, what did Elon Musk discover when he his team got in and started looking into things, that there were 300-year-old pensioners in the US. So maybe they do the same thing in the US. They just don't bother to keep the corpse. Okay. I used to see a lot of articles about wives stabbing their husbands. I like to mention them to my husband every now and then when he's arguing with me. Lots of yeah, yeah, good strategy, huh? Yeah, tell him maybe you should feed some of that miso shiru to the dog or the cat before you start partaking in it. All right. See what could have happened if you married Chung Chung, a Japanese lady. That's what you tell your husband. Okay. Yeah. I'll tell you what, Japanese ladies can be pretty darn tough, pretty darn tough, especially the Kyushu kind. I told my wife I wouldn't mind being stuffed and put next to the Butsudan. There you go. She didn't seem interested. Yeah. There's a country music. There's a country music song like that. I'm always talking about this. It was by Joe Diffie, and he did a song called "Prop Me Up by the Jukebox When I'm Gone." That would be cool. My wife sometimes asks me, well, how about when you die? You're going to be cremated? Should I put you in a? I said, well, when I die, I probably won't give much of a damn. So do what you want. So, and she never could understand that. There are times when I'm really cynical that I sometimes say Japanese people care more about what happens when they're dead than they do when they're alive. But that's a very cynical take, and it is meant to be humorous. So, my son was interested in an artisan trade school a while back when we figured out he's not going to college. I think it was in Hiroshima or Kyoto. Yeah, okay. I know in the United States, the trades are becoming more and more popular because number one, the expense of going to college, and number two, the questionable, people question the value of going to college, the questionable value of going to college, but that's another thing. Yeah, okay. Trade school. All right. I think trade school is a good way to go. Yeah, my husband basically never wants to go back home either. It's boring. Yeah, of course. I did my story about going back to the United States. That's one of the things. It was boring. It was really boring. And, some of it was selfish. In Japan, you do have people looking at you, especially back then. And you do have people, if the gaijin seed is real, at least you have people thinking about you one way or the other. And people, do show you some kind of respect or deference. And then when you're in the States, you're just another Joe Blow bozo and walking down the street. So there's that too. Japan is currently facing a critical cultural crisis known as the successor shortage, Kokeisha Busoku, where traditional arts and crafts are rapidly disappearing. Yeah. And, some of them seem to be very high paying eventually, arts and crafts. But, you have to live pretty rough for a while before you become the artisan. Okay. Yes, I have to call my mother-in-law to reel him in sometimes. There you go. That's a good trick. Japan is a textbook case of the second demographic transition, SDT. I'm glad they arranged the letters that way. When people moved to the cities and traditional families became less common. Yeah, and it's going on in the US too, I guess. Okay. For better or for worse, I say again. Okay. Dan says, yeah, I've been looking at my time thing there. Dan says, wow, Ed, you're in Joe Rogan territory now, 3 hours. I was thinking about that. The number of viewers is maintaining double digits.
So I thought, yeah, keep going. It's Golden Week. So, hey, I'll keep going as long as you guys want to keep going. I've run out of news stories though, so I warn you, it may go off into territory you may not have envisioned. How we doing there, Prince? Shall we keep going? Okay. Two squawks is a yes. So I was thinking one time of doing an all-day podcast, but I don't know if I've got the fortitude for that. But the issue is that SDT is practically irreversible. Yes, irreversible and unavoidable. Because, as everybody knows, how you're going to keep them down on the farm after they've seen Perry, as they used to say in World War One, and that's true. I did a story during the Saturday podcast. Those of you who were here might remember it. I was talking about these guest workers who are coming into Japan. And one of the strategies was to bring in people from other countries to take on jobs in the rural areas because so many Japanese people are moving to Tokyo and abandoning the rural areas. And what happened was this one, I think it was a health facility, brought in something like 14 people from, was it Vietnam and maybe other countries, but he brought these people in under a trainee visa and for a number of years trained them. They had Japanese lessons, they trained them how to do what they're supposed to do on the job, and they made them, they brought them to a level where they had a valuable skill, that a valuable marketable skill, and that gave them the ability to change their visa from a trainee visa to a technical worker visa or trained worker visa. And every one of the trainees, all 14 of them, said, thanks for the training, and beat feet to Tokyo. And the people who are running the facility were so shocked because they thought that they would at least have some gratitude and stick around for a while. The way I saw it, well, they should have written that into their contracts before they came, but evidently they didn't. They said that one or two of the people actually uh, abandoned their training and went to work in the food service industry in Tokyo, and the other people got other jobs. But supposedly, Japan is changing that situation because they're changing the visa management, and this is supposed to go into effect like in 2028, and they even changed the name. I don't have it offhand. I was thinking about doing a video on it, and maybe I will, and so we can all know about it. But they're changing the visas and the amount of time and things like that. And the trainee visa, they're putting in a stipulation that you have to work either you I can't remember offhand, but it's either you have to work at the place that trained you for a number of years, or that you're not allowed to change your work, the work that you're trained for. You can't like change from the work you were trained for to food service industry. They're not going to allow it. So whether this is going to keep things down on the farm, who knows? And that article also said that they followed this one woman, and she said she was working out in the countryside. Was it in Hiroshima or something like that? And she said that the people were kind and they went out of their way to teach her Japanese and all this kind of stuff. But she said she felt socially isolated. Some of you who have lived here for a long time may identify with that in some way. When you come to Japan at first and you are a true blue gaijin, you can feel culturally and socially isolated because you don't understand what's going on around you, for one thing, and people, maybe for your because they are considering your feeling, you might feel like the fifth wheel. So they say, well, maybe we better not ask old Gaijin 50 over there because he might feel uncomfortable. There might be some of that. But she said that in her off time, she ended up hanging out only with other trainees. She didn't have any Japanese friends. So then, as soon as she could, she took off and moved to Tokyo, and she's living in a smaller apartment. And she admitted to some other things that weren't ideal, but she said that the social life and the vitality and the verve of Tokyo is much better than it was in the Inaka. And oh, that might apply to everybody, including Japanese people. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, got to get back to work. Thank you, Schindler. Your input is always appreciated. Many thanks for the stream, and see you on Saturday. Thank you, sir. See you then. Tokyo Dano, will he be shooting for Lex Friedman time of 6 hours? I don't know if I could go 6 hours. I'd have to double what I'm doing. I'd probably end up talking, not even double. Oh yeah, double. End up talking like this. You know, one of the guys, Dano knows this. One of my favorite um, one of my favorite live streamers. Don't hold this against me now. One of my favorite live streamers is Osmond Gold, and I like him for his spontaneity and his frankness and his, for the way he shoots his mouth off when he shouldn't. I mean, it's really entertaining. It's fun to watch. And I guess he's one of these guys. He gets on Twitch and keeps going all day long or something like that. And I always thought, hey, man, I was thinking this channel's 1 year anniversary, which is sometime in August, end of August, I will do an all day live stream to commemorate the occasion. But I haven't made up my mind. Maybe I'll do it today. I don't know. We'll just keep going as long just dropped out of double digits. Get those viewers back in here. Get us back into double digits, and I'll keep going. Greg says you can always do a mukbang. I don't know how you pronounce that segment in your sessions. Is that way you eat a lot of food? I couldn't do that. I could do that with water. I can guzzle water. I used to be able to guzzle beer with the best of them. The aftermath was never too pretty, but the guzzling was never a problem. Food, I don't know. I don't know about that. Do a constant live stream like that, a Jim Carrey movie where his everyday move was being what? Yeah, I could go full jolly Johnny Somali and just, have a camera following me around. I don't know about that. There's this streamer, a female streamer. She's the one who was working as a bunny girl in some kind of a drinking place in Roppongi, and she sorry, there was something under my mic stand. She used to do that. She used to put a camera on her. It must have been staged, but all of her live streams would start out. She'd be sleeping, and then she'd wake up and and it would show her, laying there for a while and checking her stuff and rolling out of bed and brushing her teeth and putting on her makeup and getting dressed and, fixing her hair and going out to, man, oh man, you have to be really devoted to do something like that. And I don't know if I want you people to see things that I do every day. I'll tell you what, Dan, next time we get together, I'll put a camera on us. How's that? People can sit there and watch us bitch and moan as we eat scones and coffee. Chuckles, I don't visit my country too often anymore, as a lot of family has either moved or died off. After decades away, the home country is not the same. Bing bong, there you go. If you've seen my video about going and coming back, I spent 2 years in the States and said, oh, what did I do? Spent 2 years to save up money up and come back. And after coming back, I didn't go to the US for 10 years. And actually, I sort of like cut off all contact with America for 10 years. And then my wife got on me, your parents are getting old. You shouldn't be like that and stuff like that. So I decided to go back. So I went back, and I mentioned this before. I wore a coat and a tie. I put on a coat and a tie to get on the airplane because that's the way it was the last time I was. And so I got on the airplane. I looked around, and there was one other guy wearing a coat and a tie on the plane, and he was carrying a briefcase. And so I think it's good to relax on the plane. I don't think it's as good to relax as much as some of the people do on the plane, but it's okay. And then I got to the States, and yeah, I was like a gaijin in my own country. I was a stranger in a strange land. I wasn't used to anything. I didn't know how much a Coke cost. I thought, oh, Coke must have gotten more expensive, maybe 50 cents, 75 cents. And I was surprised to find out it was a buck. And then I started thinking, well, but a buck's only 100 yen, so it's about the same, you know. And I was so grossed out when I turned on the hotel TV, and there was the what do you call those people who talk to dead people, who conducts the well, anyway, there was a channel, and the channel would tell fortunes and stuff like that. And so I was thinking to myself, where am I, you know? And the food was different and the people were different. Anyway, we can go on and on. Tokyo Dano, that movie was called The Truman Show. There you go. The Truman Show. I don't know if I, Dan, you could, would you be my cameraman? You can't do that on your own. In fact, that girl that I was talking about who does her life on YouTube, her Japan life on YouTube, I could not see how you do that. You would have to be constantly setting up and tearing down videos. I mean, your camera, your tripod. Man, oh man, what a pain in the gazatsky that would become. As a former translator, what is your opinion of the plethora of the various Let's Learn Japanese YouTube channels? Well, evidently I don't like them. I don't watch them. I don't say I don't like them. I don't watch them. Some, you know, I think learning the language, learning Japanese off of a channel or what have you. I think it's up to the learner more than anything. Um, yeah, it depends what these Let's Learn Japanese YouTube channels emphasize. Like if they emphasize only the very honorific and polite Japanese, I don't think that that's very helpful. And as I said, I learned a lot of Japanese back in my day. There was no Let's Learn Japanese. There was no YouTube. There was no internet or anything like that. And if you wanted to learn Japanese, it was up to you to do it. And I learned a heck of a lot of Japanese from watching Japanese TV and hanging out with Japanese people. But of course, you know, what I watched on Japanese TV, of course, was standard Japanese. But what I learned from being here was all Hakata dialect. And so I thought Hakata dialect was, for years, I thought was standard Japanese until I got to Tokyo. And every time I said anything, everybody within earshot would start laughing at me. So I cleaned up my act. And then after that, I learned a lot of Japanese reading and writing at Sophia University. Sophia University used to have, and as far as I know, they still do, a intensive Japanese course. And it was 5 days a week. And it was the full year and well, full semester. And, you know, you could take them back to back and fill up the full year. And it taught me a lot because since it was intensive Japanese, we had to have 10 or 15 characters, kanji characters memorized per day. We had to be able to read them and write them. And that was in addition to our grammar homework. There was a big emphasis on the language lab. They were, in those days, they were teaching the Harvard University program that was written by a woman named Eleanor Hars Jordan. And to me, I loved it because, you know, being an older person, we learned a lot of things when we were older, when we were kids, by rote. And Eleanor Hars Jordan was a lot of rote learning. You know, you had to memorize the kanji, you had to memorize the vocabulary. And then you got in the language lab, and it was language patterns, right? For example, there would be a pattern like, please give me some bread, money. Please give me some money, time. Please give me some time, him. Please give him some time. And that was a lot of this, one right after another. So, as you could imagine, it was by rote. So eventually you would be repeating things without thinking about them too much. And that to me was a great way to learn, a really great way to learn. As far as the Let's Learn Japanese YouTube channels, more power to them if they're doing a good job. But like I said, I've never looked at one, so I don't know that much about them. What do you think about them? Oh, Yoshino Oji-san? Let us know. The reverse cultural shock when returning home after years away can be more severe than when you first moved to a new country. Yes, that's correct. And based upon what I learned through my many wonderful commenters under that video, which now has going on 75,000 views. So I got a lot of comments too. But it's not just, I thought until I posted that video, I always thought I was the original bozo, and I'm the only person in the world who ever did something so stupid as that. But I quickly found out from the comments on the channel that it is a universal experience. I heard from Japan, many Americans who did the exact same thing I did. America, Japan, America, Japan. I heard from people who did the same, Americans who did the same thing with Korea. I've heard it from at least one person, American person, who did the same thing with Thailand. I heard from Canadians who had the same experience. And the most surprising thing to me was I heard the same thing from Japanese people who moved to the United States, got up in their years or got homesick, went back to Japan, found out they couldn't take it, and went back to America. To me, that was the most surprising thing at all. And there were a number of Europeans. There was one guy from U.S. from Russia, and many different countries who had the same experience between their country and another country, not necessarily Japan, not necessarily East Asia. So, yes, reverse cultural shock is. And that's another one. I've been thinking about doing a reverse cultural shock video based on the many different comments that I received and going through some of those comments and talking about them and talking about the different stages that an expat goes through when they move to another country. Okay. I saw a parody post that said Japanese are traveling overseas this Golden Week to get away from foreigners. Could be true. It could be true. Yeah. Well, as I mentioned in my Gaijin Seat video, there are a lot of long-term expats, long-term foreigners in Japan who are a little bit, tired of the many Gaijin travelers gumming things up for us over here. Okay. Yeah, I can agree with that. During the big boom when the Chinese, back when the Chinese used to love Japan, but when the big boom was in full bloom, I walked from Shinjuku Station out towards Okubo to not for business, but it is a walk that usually takes, between 10 and 15 minutes. You get up there, there's a street light, crossing light every once in a while, but nothing major. And it took me a long time. It took me much longer, close to 30 minutes to get to my destination because of all the damn gaijins out in the street. There are a bunch of restaurants along that street. And so the restaurateurs figured it out. They put all their stuff in English out on the window. And you've got all these gaijins out there, and it was right around dinner time. And, person's got to eat, including gaijins. And they're looking at the menus and, taking pictures and calling to their friends. And, they're on vacation. They're on a trip. So they're, taking it easy, going. And you don't want to get behind these huge MFs and say, get out of my way. I'm in a hurry. No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't even do that to a small person. But it was eye-opening. And it made me feel irritated with foreign travelers. All right. How about you? You folks, do you have the same thing? How about the folks out in the Inaka, out in the countryside? Do you have that kind of trouble? Because I heard that it's bad out there too. I saw. Oh, okay, that's the parody post. I thought that was a new one. And in fact, my wife's sister still lives out in the family home, which is out in the Yanagawa area in Fukuoka. Now, the Yanagawa area is an outlying area. My wife, when I married her, when the first time I went to her house, I was surprised to see that when you went out her front door, the genkan, the entranceway, you would open the door, and I think you would take 6 or 7 steps. If you would take 6 or 7 steps straight from the entranceway, your eighth step, you'd be walking into a rice field. It was that Inaka. But her sister was telling her that there are a lot of foreigners in the area. You know, Yanagawa is famous for the boats and for eel. So it was a popular destination for Chinese people too. I don't know what's going on there now. Maybe I'll go check it out one of these days. But she said there are so many foreigners around the neighborhood. Back in a time, like I said in one of my videos, I was standing in front of the train station and an old guy went by on a bicycle and he was so enthralled looking at my face that he ran into a parked car. And that is a true story and one of the funniest things I ever saw in my life. Okay. Ed, your voice is beginning to crack a bit. Thank you, Manga. By your grace. Japan. Okay. All right. This is a marathon. This is not a sprint. It's a marathon. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and we got 16 viewers. You people, you're going to kill me. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, King. I'm in Kagoshima, but rather than down in the city, it's rare to see foreigners here. I am the only one, thank God, in my area. Yeah, that's true. Kagoshima, where they speak a language that's not Japanese, right? But Kagoshima is a really great place, beautiful place. But like Fukuoka was when I first got here, when the Shinkansen only went up to Osaka, Kagoshima didn't have a Shinkansen until quite recently, and it was not that easy to get down there. And Kagoshima, I imagine, is still very inaka and still very Japanese, I guess you would say. Did you know that long ago in Japan, when there are these many different fiefdoms all around Japan, that in Kagoshima they invented their own language so they would be able to tell if spies were amongst them. And some of it still survives to this day, which makes it very hard to understand Kagoshima dialects sometimes. Do you speak it there, Yoshino Oji-san? Yeah, let us know. Okay. I went down to Kagoshima once to Ibuski for a golf tournament. Hello, Ed. Oh, how am I going to? Whoa, what is this? Tiyozao Sonic Ramone. Wow, that's a mouthful. I've been living in Hyogo for the past 26 years. Okay. How is it in Hyogo? They treat you well? People friendly? 26 years, that's a long time, huh? So yeah, there are, I've been around to many different places in Japan, but I can't remember if I've ever been to Hyogo. Okay. Oh, Tokyo Dan. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Tokyo answering Tokyo Dan about the Truman Show. All right. There's still a fiefdom in Saitama. Guess who oversees? Yeah, but you're a king. You're not a lord, right? Right? Do you have to send your wife and family into Tokyo every so often to live there so the emperor can keep you in check? So, no, but my wife knows some of the lingo. Her mother spoke it, and as she got older, she would speak in the Kagoshima dialect. It was interesting to hear the old people speak it. Yeah, actually, my wife's mother and father spoke a dialect. There, where they live is located near the Chikugo River. So that area is called Chikugo. So they spoke the Chikugo dialect. And when they would talk, I would say more than 80% of the time, I'd have to ask my wife to be an interpreter. I just couldn't understand what they were talking about. It was, it was very blunt and brief. And my wife's father used to use a word for a woman, which I always thought was interesting. So, as you know, the standard Japanese for woman would be onnanoko, but he would abbreviate it and he would pronounce it as onago. And I don't know if that's standard Japanese or if it's a standard Japanese abbreviation, because I've heard it in other settings as well. But he was a Chikugo dialect speaker, and he used to call women. He would say onago instead of onnanoko. So if that can help you sometime, okay. And I used to joke, as I said, she's from an area, a district near the river called Chikugo. And I sometimes joke with Japanese people saying, that's why we've been married for so long. I'm from Chicago. She's from Chikugo. Ha ha. That's my joke of the day. And old Dano says, Amagasaki is in Hyogo? Okay. So, I lived in Tohoku. Oh, geez, that's another place. I lived in Tohoku back in the 1980s. A lot more gaijins now, but still relatively quiet with gaijins. I did a few looks, and I did get a few looks and questions when I traveled in some parts, like up in Tsugaru Peninsula. Yeah, they have a U.S. base out there, don't they? Air base in Hachinohe, unless they closed it when I wasn't looking. Tohoku is another question, another place, another thing too. I have a friend who married a woman from Tohoku, and I knew both of them in Tokyo. And so when they got married, I went up there for the wedding. He invited me up there for the wedding, and we went and spent a couple days. The wedding was nice, and the one day we went by car. A bunch of us got in a couple of cars and drove up to the big lake up to Tawadako, maybe. Beautiful lake. I mean, clear water. You can see all the way down to the bottom. And it was really nice. But as I said, uh, in Chikugo Ben, when speaking with my wife's parents, I about 80% of the time I had to ask my wife to translate for me. Up in Tohoku, I had to ask a local who spoke both standard Japanese and Tohoku dialect. I had to ask for a translation. I could not understand jack about what they were saying. So yeah, that's another story completely. I was in Odawara last week and loads of tourist groups in the castle. The area is actually very bland, so I assume the write-ups on these sightseeing places are really fooling the first-time traveler. Okay, that's yeah, sometimes these castles these castles can look really good on pictures and from the outside, but once you get inside, they're pretty, you know, okay, it's a castle. The only thing that really worries me here is about these new upcoming rules, if you know what I mean. But I'm married to a Japanese wife, and I also have a son. Nice talking to you, sir. And it's nice talking to you, too. Yeah, the new rules, nobody knows what's going to happen. If you're on a spouse visa or a permanent residence, you probably have nothing to worry about, unless you do something really bad, and they're going to start checking some things more closely and all this kind of thing. And the other bad part of the new rules is the sudden hike in prices, which is, a little bit eye-opening. I mean, it does put Japan into global standards, but the fact that they were raised so quickly, so suddenly, is a little bit off-putting. It would have been nice if they had, even every 6 months, bump it up a little bit would have been nice. But yeah, I guess nobody knows what's really going to happen, but we're going to have to see what we're going to have to see because they still haven't been implemented, but they're talking about implementing, so they probably would, but we don't know. Okay, really. Misawa Air Base, that's what I was thinking of. An old gentleman asked me if I was an airman when I stopped for gas. Lake Tawada is a beautiful area. Yeah, I really loved it there. And like I said, that water is so clear and beautiful. It was very impressive. Yeah, the thing asking you if you're an airman every time you stop for something. I've had experiences like that, some of them pretty comical. I was in a bar one time back when I was a drinker in my younger days, and I was drinking and smoking, and it was really like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I was, into it pretty well. And I had this Japanese patron sitting next to me, and he struck up a conversation. So I talked to him, and he was trying to figure out where I was and why did I come to Japan. But he asked me, "Are you a Mormon missionary?" And I was sitting there smoking and drinking, so I sort of didn't understand the question. So I said, "No, no, I'm just here. I used to be in the military, but now I'm just here." Another place where I got that was in Seoul, Korea. Not Seoul, Busan, Korea. I used to have to go there to arrange some visa items. I had to leave Japan, but anyway, I was in Busan, and Busan is a port city. A lot of ships coming in and out, and there's an area that caters to the ship crews who come in and looking for a little wine, women, and song. And I went there and this happened a number of times. If you're in that area, the first question people ask you was, "What ship are you with?" And I would say, I'm not with a ship. I live in Japan." And that was always a mistake because every time I said from Japan, I get a dirty look. You know, why do you want to live there? Kind of look. It was really. This was back in the early 70s, so I don't know if it's like that anymore. Now, yeah, Korea and Japan seem to be getting along pretty well these days, but all of that can change in a heartbeat. So, a changing of the rules. If you pay your taxes, health, pension, and follow the laws, oh, and separate your garbage properly, and don't eat while walking, and don't sit in the priority seat, and don't abandon your luggage, you'll be okay. Yeah, probably. I imagine. Um, Remember, these rules that they're implementing and these rules changes are not aimed at people like you and me. They're not aimed at the gaijin normies. I'll coin a term. Gaijin normies. They're aimed at people who abuse the system or people who are perceived to abuse the system. Unfortunately, there is collateral damage, and it's a sad situation. And those are the people who are on the business visa, the so-called business visa. And these poor people, there are some of them who are law-abiding citizens, as far as I know. I mean, of course, I have no way of knowing who's law-abiding and who's not. But I hear from people in the comments. They say, "Oh, I've been here a long time, and I put my life into building a business back when it was only 5 million yen um, initial capitalization. And, I've got this business and it's growing, but it's still, it's not a 30 million yen business." So the Japanese government has changed the rules midstream and said, no, it's not 5 million anymore. It's 30 million now. And this applies to existing visa holders. Dun, 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 dun. And they're saying that you have a grace period. I think it's 3 years or 2 years. But anyway, to 2028 or 2029, You have that much time to get your house in order and try to raise your capitalization to 30 million yen rather than the current 5 million yen. And some of the people who write to me, they say, there's no way I'm going to be able to do that. And I've got my wife and my kids are here. And, we do everything right and we're trying to fit in. And then they do this to us and blah, blah. So I at first thought, oh, no, the Japanese government doesn't do things that way. They don't just come in and say, hey, we're going to change things. And if you're gonna suffer, suck out. Just get out of here. I that didn't strike me as being very Japan government-ish. Now, maybe I am naive, or maybe I am just dumb. But anyway, I just couldn't believe that. So I got so many messages like that, I thought, well, I'm going to check it out, and I started checking it out. I started consulting here and there, and it seems like that's exactly what's happening, that the Japanese government has made the decision that the most important thing to them is higher level, meaning higher capitalization, higher income, more stability kind of businesses than less capitalized mom and pop kind of businesses. And one thing I read was that they actually have decided to do that for Japanese businesses as well. That at some time, don't quote me because I don't have any names or policies or laws to back it up, but according to what I read, as far as I remember it, is that, and maybe I'll do a video on this topic too, because it is interesting. The Japanese government, until now, there were a lot of mom and pop shops. Japan depended. When I first got here, too, a lot of mom and pop shops. And mom and pop shops and small enterprises, small and medium sized enterprises, were treated very kindly by Japan's tax and business laws. They were given a lot of breaks. They were allowed a lot of leniency when declaring expenses and things like that to cut their taxes. And so it was a good place to be. But at some point along the way, somewhere, someone, and again, I'm talking off of memory, decided that this is not sustainable into the 21st century. And so a decision was made to put more pressure on small and medium size and mom and pop kind of industries so that they can be combined or absorbed or put into made into larger enterprises that are more economically efficient. This is what I remember. I remember reading this. Don't quote it. Do your own research. I may do some research and put out a video because I found it to be pretty fascinating. So I hope you did too. Okay. Not about eating while you're. Okay. Oh no, not about eating while you're walking. So yeah, anybody who believes that the Japanese people never eat while walking or drinking, maybe it happens less, but to say it is a Japanese thing that Japanese people never do is, I don't know, sleeping, delusional, never been here. Even eating and drinking on the train, I see it. People sit there and they hide it a bit, but they do eat and drink on the train. And I'm talking about commuter trains, not the packed early morning commuter trains, but the less crowded trains. Yeah, I see it more than occasionally. I see women applying, putting on, there's a word for that. You know what the word is for applying makeup? Farting. That's with a D. But I see women doing that on the train, oblivious to whoever's sitting around them. So yeah, there are a lot of things claimed about Japan that are pretty true, used to be true, or total BS. Take your pick. Couldn't you borrow to raise your capitalization? Then they would kick you out if you owed a bunch of money. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, borrowing money in Japan, if you're a gaijin on that kind of, I don't know anything about that. But I guess it's possible. I guess anything is possible. Like I said, the people who are complaining about it and telling me about it, I have no idea what their situation is. Other people who are writing in, they say, well, if this goes through, most of your Indian and Nepalese restaurants in Japan will disappear. And okay. I don't know, but all right. I paid all my taxes, but I heard that even if you have a permanent resident visa, in case you're a little behind with something, you might even lose your Japanese green card. I don't know. I mean, I'm not the, because we have to remember that all these new rules coming down are basically like administrative guidance under the law. And then you're going to have to deal with the person in front of you, the manager, the clerk, the officer in front of you. So, nobody really knows what will happen at the desk. But there seems to be a belief that if you are found to be behind on something, and if you can show it was a case of oversight on your part, and if after being presented with this information that you are behind, that you immediately make good on the payment, that you're okay. But who knows? That is what I have heard. But everything now is nothing but speculation until it all goes into effect, until the bodies actually start hitting the ground. How about eating cup noodle while riding a bicycle? I would probably imagine that would be an offense under the new bicycle rules. But since they're not enforcing the new bicycle rules at all, um, who cares? They check how long it's been in your account and how it got there. What would be it? You're talking about money? Could be. Yeah, they're tracking money from overseas. Hot and heavy these days. Hot and heavy. My husband about the visa change is like, well, it doesn't matter. You're married to a Japanese, but that's not true at all. Like the income raises, which is why I'm learning trading. Yes, you're correct. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're coming down pretty hard. It could matter a little bit, but I don't think it matters. I mean, you can go out and shoot somebody and have a get out of jail free card or anything like that. As far as this is again anecdotal evidence, I've been told that if you are Japanese, and you fail to pay a tax that is owed, and it is discovered sometimes later, all that will happen is that the tax office will tell you, oh, you owe this tax plus X amount of interest, and you pay, and you're good as gold. And that is the way it was in the past with permanent residence holders as well. However, they seem to be changing that and giving immigration officers the authority to pull permanent residents for lack of payment. Again, this is what I have picked up and read in my travels around the internet, and whether it's true or not, well, that's up to you to decide or find out. There's a great idea for one of your upcoming videos, a rundown of societal rules in Japan that are, as you described it, pretty true, used to be true, or total BS. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Making these little badges and even showing a clip of people making statements and then say bing bong for that's true or bang 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 for total BS. I've been thinking about that for a long, long time, as a matter of fact, because I've seen stuff on and there's a guy who generally does a real good job about making videos for gaijins, but then again, he made this one video, 10 things gaijins should never do in Japan, and I'd say about 8 of them run into used to be true and total BS category. And that guy, you've probably seen his stuff, Paolo. Now, Paolo seems to be a good guy, no problem at all. Some of his stuff is really good, really informative. But I saw one video, and it's a 10-year-old video, and it's been viewed like 2 million times. So there are 2 million, at least 2 million people running around with bogus information between their ears. But there's one that I remember really well. It says, when you're in Japan, you have to be considerate of other people around you, or something to that effect. And that means when you're in a crowded area where people are coming and going, don't stand in the middle of the crowded area and block traffic. Japanese people don't do that. And I heard that, and I thought, Paolo, what are you talking about? So anyway, I'll let you fill in the blanks about that one. But I one of the things that really bothers me about navigating Japan is the fact that Japanese people select some real strange places to have multiple person uchiawases, discussions. So, I'll leave it at that. Okay. So, yeah, the income and capital requirements. There you go. Oh, yeah, the income and capital requirements you're talking about. Yeah, and that's true about the capital requirements. You put your capital money into the bank account and you declare your change in capital, and somebody comes and checks it and they say, okay, capital looks good. And then it's free to use again, which makes logical sense. Oh, yeah, there are a lot of stories in the foreigner Facebook groups and Reddit that people who were late and paid the taxes as soon as they realized, like, for example, the first year, get denied later. Okay. Who knows? Not that I, read it, but Facebook groups. Okay, maybe I'll look into that. That's denied PR, but not PR canceled. Okay, we'll look into that and see what it's all about. Burb, don't go anywhere yet. All right. I was told by immigration that since I have an outside source of income, military, disability, retirement, VA, and due to my age, I do not need to pay into the National Pension Plan due to redundancy. Could be, could very well be. Because I've mentioned here in the past that I was on a company's national health plan, and I was booted out as soon as I reached a certain age. They say, nope, you can't be that. So I'm on the regular, is that Ken Kokomin Homen? I think Hoken. I'm into that, but and as far as the pension, I think that's true about the older you get, and it depends upon your income, how much income you're getting. Okay. I am sure this will stay the same when I renew my residency next year. At least I hope. Yeah, they're talking about this going into effect in April 2027, but don't quote me on that either. But whether it will go into effect at that time, whether it will go into effect in this form, well, nobody knows. Like I said, all we can do is we can report what we pick up off the news. Some guy was saying recently, "Oh, it's been passed, it's signed, sealed, delivered. It's law." And I answered him, "No, not yet. It has to go to the upper house, and then if it's passed there, it's got to go." And and then he said, "Well, yeah, but that's just a formality, in all real, actually it's already done. It's a done deal." This is what he said. So yeah, you may end up being correct, but you're not correct yet. You're not correct now. It's still not a done deal, and we're all sitting here with great expectations, wondering what might happen. Well, what do you think, sports fans? We're at 3:49. Should we keep it going 10 more minutes? And then that'll give us a 4-hour show and we can all brag about. We could start making T-shirts, I attended a 4-hour Gaijin Plus live stream and all I got was this damn T-shirt. How's that sound? Okay. Sometimes people like you and I that have been living in Japan for such a long time have to pay for some clowns that come down here to do weird stuff. It's like that one who got arrested, Johnny Somali, one of my favorite topics. A clown he was, a clown he is and continues to be. Actually, I tell my Japanese friends about this. Why didn't Japan do this? Japan's getting soft, You you don't go to Korea and start fooling around about the stuff of the type of things that Johnny Somali fooled around about. I hope, I hope that he gets every second of that that sentence that was handed down to him. They say it may go a couple years, excuse me. They say he may be going in for a couple of years, but good. But he wrote a letter recently that somebody got a hold of, and he said, "I'm having a good time. I'm enjoying myself." So you never know. Maybe they put him among other troublemakers and perverts, so he feels like a bird of a feather or something like that. So Mr. Chuckle says, "Go for the record." Okay, actually, this is a new record. We're already in record territory. But 4 is a nice round number, don't you think? 3:51, we got 9 more minutes. Okay, back to Johnny Somali. I was really disappointed that the Japanese people didn't do more to him. And that means everybody. That means the authorities, and that means the civilians, and that means everybody involved. He goes to Korea and he thinks he could do the same thing that he did in Japan. First of all, he's out there on the street, and the civilians start beating him up in the street, chasing him down the street. And he's sitting there, and before you know it, he's running down the street in a panic, almost crying, because people are they don't want to see that stuff. They're sick of that stuff. Not that Japanese people should go around beating up gaijins, but certain gaijins maybe deserve it. No, not most gaijins I see are pretty cool. If they want a list, I can give them a list, but that's beside the point. So that happens first. And then he goes around and starts making trouble. And as Dennis says, Johnny Somali was arrested for kissing a comfort woman statue. Not only for kissing her. I think he also humped her. What do they call that? They call that the torque, I guess, these days. And he was doing all kinds of bad things. And he went into a convenience store and he was drinking in the convenience store and eating noodles, and they say you're not supposed to drink in a convenience store, and he started throwing the noodles at the lady working there and the customers, and he did a lot of bad stuff. He played North Korean martial music on a bus or a train, and he was just acted like Johnny Somali. And Japan put up with it. They put up with it. They were too dry hump. There's the word. He dry humped the statue, and it was terrible. Comfort woman statue. I guess they've got a permanent comfort. It looks like it's made out of bronze or something like that. This poor woman. And he went out there and kissed it and humped it and did a twerky dance. And hey, I say give him a firing squad. What I say is something like people should come here and show their culture, but just don't scratch their bamboos, please. Don't scratch your bamboos. Yeah. Oh, you might be bamboozled. But yeah, people, I wish people, there was another one. I toyed with the idea of including this story. Some gaijin who decided to climb Mount Fuji along a trail that was closed. And he gets halfway up or halfway down and fractures his ankles and has to call in the emergencies. And then there's the headline, foreigner, that's the first word, foreigner. So, it wasn't me. Come on, man. They should send him to Minnesota. No, no, it's not. No. Firing squad, okay. Send him to Minnesota, no way. Okay, 4 more in addition to the current 4 hours? Well, I don't know. What time is it? It's 2 o'clock. That would be 6 o'clock, dinner time. Wow. Well, I don't know. We could take a break for lunch and come back. I don't know. No, I think I'm gonna leave it at 4 hours today. As much fun as I could probably go more, but as much fun as I'm having, I don't know. But anyway, what do you think about some gaijin? I every time I wish people would realize, and it's not that I'm saying, oh, we residents are such nice people, but I just wish that these gaijins who do this kind of stuff would remember the effect that they have on the whole population. If they came in and started being cool and nice and stuff like that, I used to think about that, that convenience store with the Mount Fuji up top. And I used to think, come on, Japanese people in the area, lighten up. You're getting income, and you should be feeling happy. But then I saw a video. Some guy took his camera out there and said, "Well, let's look at what's going on out there." Yeah, I can imagine. If I was a local, I'd be pretty upset too. I mean, people crossing the street when they shouldn't be, and they put up that canvas or that screen so people couldn't shoot, and then people cut holes so they could stick their camera in there and shoot Yeah, in the United States, there's a lot of behavior that's considered to be mischievous. And since it's considered to be mischievous, it's considered to be cute. And it's considered to be boys will be boys, or it's considered to be, well, I showed him kind of or it's considered to be individualistic and the Yankee spirit, or whatever you want to call it. But unfortunately, it doesn't come over like that over here. It's seen as being obnoxious, or it's seen as being impolite, or it's seen as being barbarian even. So I wish people would take it easy. Okay. Okay. Oh, people were carving their names on their bamboos. Sorry. Oh, I thought you were, I thought you were being trying to be more, you know what I mean? Double meaning, double entendre, as they say. All right, Lex Friedman style, 2 more hours. We'll see. Let's see. I expressed myself the wrong way. That's okay. We all do. We all do. You've been in Japan too long. No, I'm just joking. I feel that the issues around the foreigners in Japan are the direct result of inviting 40 million tourists. It was too quick. But those of us who live here are getting the blame, not the government. Yes. Yes. I totally, completely agree with you. Remember, there was a time where they were saying, "We got to increase the tourists and make money from the tourists." That was government policy. And then COVID hit and tourism crashed, and they were panicking here. How can we're losing tourists, you know? And then after COVID, they says, well, we got to double the number of tourists to 40 million. And you're right. And the government's not getting the blame. There's a video. Who is to blame? Who is to blame? The blame game. Boy, you people are a gold mine. I think I should, share some of my YouTube income with some of you. And but that's a good point. You shouldn't be blaming resident gaijins. You should be blaming your government. They're the ones who brought in 40 million tourists, and they're the ones bringing in all these foreign workers. So why are we getting the blame? That's good. Okay. Oh, who is that? Go five. Got to give credit where credit is due. Oh yeah, a go go. I remember how to say that. Not a go five. A go go. Okay, that sounded weird. That's okay. A go go. Not as bad as the USA, where about that many people were invited in and never left. Yep, that's the problem, and that's what Japan is afraid of. I think that's with all these funky rules and regulations and visa types and things like that. That's what they're trying to avoid. Whether they will eventually, again, that's something we'll all have to see. Real life turning into the Jerry Springer show. There you go. Isn't that Jerry Springer? You remember that other guy who used to do that? Morton Downey. Morton Downey used to bring in people who were really antagonists with each other, and they'd get in fist fights. As then Morton Downey would stifle, and yeah, the real life is turning into that. The what do they call it? The coarsening of the culture. It's happened. It has happened already a lot in the United States, and it is in the process of going on in Japan. I feel. Tell you that. Yeah, true. A Google. Japan needs the 40 million tourists for geopolitical reasons for protection against China. Really? You think so? I mean, to make the Chinese people like Japan, are you saying? Or are you saying if trouble starts with China, they can draft some of those tourists and put them in the Japanese army? That would be a hoot. No, I'm just joking. I'm just being funny. But yeah, the 40 million, they do need the 40 million tourists, I think, in terms of the income that they bring, because those people do spend money and they're taxed here and there. And so it is it is a kind of uh, good. It has its good points, but as far as pissing off the locals, that's one of the bad points. Okay. Nowadays, it's Pierce Morgan. Yeah, Pierce Morgan likes to bring antagonists face to face. Okay. And you get a yeah, true again on that one, too. Okay, we are officially 4 hours in. And I'll tell you what, I just ran out of water. We still have 9 viewers. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to take a break of about a couple minutes so I can go refill my glass, my cup, and I'll keep going if we can get up again among double digits. But we may lose a lot of people. So when I come back, it may be for our sayonara segment. So, like I said, I'm going to blank the screen. It'll only be for like 3 minutes or so I can run to the kitchen and get some water. So I'll be right back. Okay, that wasn't even 3 minutes, was it? Ah, feeling a lot better. Stretch my legs. My butt was getting hard to take there for a minute. Everybody hear me okay? All right. So, well, don't let me screw this screen up. All right, here we go. And hey, Dan, where'd you come up here? All right, Pierce Morgan. Okay, 40 million people coming are enjoying and feeling. Yes, that is true, isn't it? When you got people coming to Japan having cultural exchanges, I really wish that the neighbor to the east would be more cooperative about cultural exchanges and allow some of their people to get more in touch with the global system where we can exchange information and they can see the way things are in other countries. But yeah, people coming here and seeing it for themselves firsthand is a lot better than having nothing. In fact, that seems to have really improved the relations Japan and Japan and Korea, doesn't it? There was a time, remember those days when you see these photographs of Korean guys holding a Japanese flag, biting the Japanese flag. They seemed to be hating on Japan a lot here in the past, but now it seems to have settled down. Korean people look a little bit more kindly. South Korean people, anyway, seem to be look a little bit more kindly upon Japan. I know Japanese people love Korean dramas and Korean music, and yeah, cultural and personal exchanges do a lot to help make people feel closer to each other, don't they? Where do I send my invoice? Uh, I don't understand English. How's that? I wonder how many will be here when Ed gets back. I'm here. We still have nine. I'll call that unofficial double digits. So if you got any friends, call them up and tell them to get in the line. No, I'm just joking. This is just like the Rogan and Lex Friedman show. They too take toilet. Uh, yeah, and so does Asmongold. Asmongold goes, "I'll be back in a minute," and leaves his camera on and disappears and comes back and he says, "Oh, sorry about that." Okay, okay, a-okay on sound. Thank you, Ed. Long time no see. Okay. Wow, Ed just started a live stream. Looking forward to spending a couple hours. Yeah, just started from now, right? Let's see how long we can take this. You need to have some intermission music. Yeah, I thought about. Oh, I didn't know I'd be taking an intermission. I think our longest live stream until today was just over 2 hours. So we've doubled that. We might have gotten close to 3 hours once. But like I said, I've always had it in my mind to try this. And probably on my anniversary live stream, I'll do a longer one. Okay. Do you guys watch live streams? Like, do you if I started suddenly doing a live stream, would you know about it right away? Because I've been wondering sometimes, for example, if there's a news item or something really important, if I just suddenly went live, would anybody come? I always wondered about that. In the past, we did test live streams, and sometimes people would show up. Sorry, it was a joke about charging you for my. Yeah, I know. It was your earlier comment about yeah. You said something that I said, yeah, that's a real good story. And I wrote it down. Oh, the idea about who's to blame for all the gaijins running around. That is a good one. Yeah. Yeah. I got the joke. I knew what you were talking about. So it It takes about 15 to 20 minutes to see a live stream is happening. Okay. All right. Because like I said, sometimes, especially, sometimes I'll do a pretty short video, right? Like very, very, not it's not a 1 minute short, but it's a little bit longer. And it's not an 8 minute full blown video. So I'm always wondering, is it better to do this as a medium short full blown video, which requires a lot of crap to do, including thumbnail? Or should I just all of a sudden appear on a live stream and say, hey, everybody, look what's happening, blah, 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 and be finished with it? Or go longer if there are other people. Okay. Live stream would be sent to YouTube users if they are online. Okay, that's the rub, isn't it? You people are online 24 hours a day. And if they are subscribed, and you are all subscribed, I hope. Yeah, subscriptions are doing well. Thank you, everybody, about that. The channel is growing. Like I said, the last time the last video I did on the Gaijin seat, it got a little bit feisty in the comments. But I was able to find out. I checked on it a little bit. Why did it suddenly become like this? And I was told that when you get over 3,000 subscribers, which we're at already, I think we're getting close to 35 or something, or 36. I don't know. But once you get over 3,000 subscribers, YouTube starts sharing your video out to people who are not actually that emotionally involved in the topic. Like your first videos are people who really want to know about Japan, or really want to discuss about Japan, or have something to add to the conversation. But after 3,000, it's open wider. So there is a higher possibility that some people who are not invested in the channel or not invested in the topic just come in and troll a little bit, say some kind of smart aleck remark that they think is pretty cute. But well, sometimes it's cute and sometimes it's annoying. So I guess it's part of the game, and I'm learning how to deal with it. It's often the best way to deal with it is just ignore it. Okay. Mr. Chuckles says, I believe you could add a heads up announcement that a live stream is coming in 30. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, maybe that's a good way to do it. That's a good way to do it. I think the way some YouTubers manage live streamers is by having a live stream will start in XX minutes. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I've seen that. I used to do that here, and it was like 15 seconds, but it didn't really seem to add anything to the beginning. And I used to do it at the end too. But it didn't seem to add anything to the live stream except to make the beginnings and ends a little bit one of these deer in the headlights. Oh, huh, are we live? So I just stopped using those and just start and end. And I hope that's okay with everybody. Sometimes I wonder if the stricter visa rules, if enacted, could be overkill and cause the government to reverse a lot of the new rules. Let's say they just lose a ton of valuable workers. I wonder about that my own self, to tell you the truth. And I suspect, I don't know, but I suspect, based on experience, that may very well happen. They take one action or one line of action and find out, oh, that's not what we thought would happen, and then modify it a bit. So the opposite of easing into something, okay, is easing off of something. Okay. Check your line. Apparently, check your line. Check your line. Oh, that means Dan. Dan sent me something. Japa will start paying 10,000 yen to people who report illegal aliens. They will. I know that they did start such a program in Ibaraki Prefecture, but oh, that's Japan. That's probably talking about Ibaraki Prefecture, and that is already in effect in Ibaraki Prefecture, and they're sticking Japan on there to make it more exciting. Though I will check it out. It could be that I don't think that it's happening in all of Japan. Ibaraki Prefecture, I believe. Okay, it seems that whenever that is the problem, the reaction is always to the extreme that goes far beyond what is necessary. Yeah, I once read a book by a guy who said that Japan, the country of Japan, is like a giant, wonderful ship, boat, and that this ship is modern. It's got all the amenities. It's got a powerful engine. It's got a great crew, and it can travel at pretty fast speed. But the problem is, it doesn't have any brakes. And so once it gets going in a certain direction, it's hard to stop or turn around or anything like that until it hits the rocks. So I always thought that was a pretty good analogy. I don't know what everybody else thinks, but I always thought it was pretty cool. Tokyo down. Wow, that's scary. It's almost encouraging people for swatting. Yep. Manga University. But like I said, I think it's only Ibaraki. I will confirm later. Okay. Sometimes these these comments come out at strange timing. Same thing with the comments that you put on the video. For some reason, YouTube does something with it, and it's a long time before I get to see it. And they'll put it into hold and all kinds of stuff. All right. Okay. We're starting to, what do they call it? The bloom is off the rose. What do they call that when a flower goes? So it's, there's a right way, the wrong way, and the Japanese way. Kimari dakara. 10,000 yen payment. Ibaraki's plan offers around 10,000 yen for reports that lead to an arrest of an employer hiring illegal foreign workers. The prefecture emphasizes target is rogue employers. Okay, I hope so. And those rogue employers deserve it. Wilt, that's what I'm thinking. Thank you, Mr. Chuckles. You get to a certain age, and sometimes these words just go, and they're gone forever. So it looks like our viewer base is starting to wilt. The only thing that's left is you hardcore guys and gals. So why don't we do it here? Why don't we stop it here? And next time we'll do a scheduled super long live stream, which means that the only people who will come are those who are ready for it. And since I know it'll be a super long live stream, I'll be able to plan better for it and keep things moving. Maybe we'll get Carl in here and we can do a tag team that way. Okay, yeah, I can hold you guys against the ropes and Carl can drop kick you or something like that. You're very welcome, Manga University, and it was very enjoyable for me. As you know, I'm a shy and retiring type, and I don't like to talk too much, but I made a exception in your case. Okay, John, Ed, to everybody else, and we'll see you the next time. Next scheduled live stream is Saturday. See you then. Thank you very much. Bye.